Section 1 of the Wars of the Roses, 1377 to 1471. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami, M.D. The Wars of the Roses, 1377 to 1471, by Robert Balmain Mowat. Preface. The medieval and modern history of England are divided from one another by the Wars of the Roses. Out of the troubles of that time, a New England arose. The period has been described by the historian Stubbs in a memorable passage. Weak as is the 14th century, the 15th is weaker still, more feudal, more bloody, more immoral. But out of the weakness came strength. The Wars of the Roses were a rough schooling to England, but they ushered in the glories of the Tudor reigns. It was a period when in Europe national states were slowly being evolved, with autocratic monarchs and consolidated governments. Spain grew to unity and strength through her great conflict with the Moors. France, in the first half of the 15th century, suffered dreadfully both from civil and from foreign wars. Out of these grew the centralized government of Louis XI. England, too, had her period of internecine war, during which she got rid of many troublesome elements and emerged a strong consolidated state. In this, England was more fortunate than other countries. The caste nobility was almost completely exterminated, and the country gentlemen and the middle classes stepped into their place in the local government of the country. A new nobility had to be formed, recruited from the best servants of the state. In the century following the Wars of the Roses, England prospered under a strong monarchy, a nobility of service, and a wealthy middle class. Thus she was able to go through the tremendous crisis of the Reformation without the internal conflicts which devastated other countries. It is therefore as being the death of the old England and the beginning of the new that the Wars of the Roses have their great interest. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Wars of the Roses by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 1. The Family Settlement of Edward III. There were many causes which produced the unhappy troubles in England known as the Wars of the Roses, but there were two things in particular without which these troubles could never have occurred. One was the family settlement of Edward III. The other was the overmighty subject. These two things were intimately connected with each other. By his family settlement, Edward III endowed his sons with great lands and inheritances, and so the royal house was split up into several powerful families, not necessarily in agreement with one another. At the same time, certain other noble families grew so wealthy and powerful that in time their influence rivaled and sometimes surpassed that of the king. Some of them, too, became connected by blood with the royal house. Gradually, as the 15th century went on, a curious situation arose. In Spain, the nobles used to say that they were of as good birth as the king, only less rich. But in 15th century England, some of the nobles might have said that they were of as good blood as the king, only richer. Toward the end of the Wars of the Roses, the great constitutional lawyer Fortescue gravely wrote that if law and order in the kingdom were to be assured, it was necessary that the king's income should be greater than that of a great lord. It appears that Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, known to history as the Kingmaker, had much more money to spare than the king had for the levying of troops. But the overmighty subject is a feature of the later 15th century. The family settlement of Edward III was in the later 14th. Edward III, the patriarch of the Lancastrian and Yorkist houses, had 12 children, 2 of whom died in infancy. His surviving children were 5 sons and 5 daughters. Of the sons, the eldest, Edward, born at Woodstock in 1330, became famous as the Black Prince. He died before coming to the throne, but left one son, King Richard II, who died childless, and so this line became extinct. The second son was Lionel, born at Antwerp in 1338. Lionel left only a daughter, who married Edward Mortimer, Earl of March, on the Welsh border. This line too ended in a female, Anne, who married back into the royal family by espousing her first cousin twice removed, Richard, Earl of Cambridge, the head of the Yorkist house. The third son was John, born at Ghent or Gaunt in 1340. John was married thrice and left many children, and founded several important families, the most famous of which is known as the House of Lancaster. This came through John's eldest son, Henry of Lancaster, or King Henry IV, whose son and grandson successively reigned before the line came to an end. The fourth son was Edmund, born in King's Langley in Hertfordshire in 1342. Edmund's son, Richard, Earl of Cambridge, married Anne Mortimer, as stated above, the surviving representative of Lionel of Antwerp. The fifth son was Thomas, born at Woodstock in 1355. His only male heir died without issue in 1399. All these sons were prominent figures in history throughout their lives. All, with the exception of Edmund of Langley, were ambitious and desirous of power. All had great estates by the gift of their father and by marriage. If one of them became king, it was not unlikely that the other members of the royal family would be strong enough to try to control the throne. Edward of Woodstock was made Prince of Wales, Earl of Chester, and Duke of Cornwall. Lionel of Antwerp was created Earl of Clarence, that is, of Clare, a great territorial honour in Suffolk. This property came to him through his marriage with the heiress of Clare in 1352. With her also came the great Irish estates of her family in Ulster. These estates, when united in the next century with the Mortimer estates in the Welsh March, formed a substantial part of the endowment of the Yorkist house. John of Gaunt was Duke of Lancaster, a position which carried with it exceptional territorial privileges in that part of England. He was Earl of 3 counties, Derby, Leicester, and Lincoln, and had honours and estates in nearly every county in England. Edmund of Langley was Duke of York, and held estates both in the north and in the home counties. When his line united with that of Lionel of Antwerp, the combined inheritance was enormous. The last was Thomas of Woodstock, Duke of Gloucester, who had large estates, not merely in Gloucester, but in Buckingham, of which he was Earl, and in Northampton in Essex. Thus Edward III, by his family settlement, set up 5 great royal houses in England. By the extinction of the first line in 1400 at the death of Richard II, of the 5th line by the death of the young Duke of Gloucester in 1399, and by the union of the 2nd and 4th lines through the marriage of Anne Mortimer and Richard of Cambridge in 1410, these royal houses were reduced to 2. There was no apparent superiority of one to the other, either in birth or wealth. With their friends and supporters, they divided England between them. This plan of allotting great appanages to the younger members of the royal family has often been tried in England, France, and Germany, and the result has always been bad. In the early days of the Norman rule, William the Conqueror left England to his second son, William Rufus, and Normandy to his eldest son, Robert. On William II's death, England was held by his younger brother Henry, but Normandy still remained with Robert. The result of this division of the Norman power was 15 years of warfare within the royal family. Again, toward the end of the 12th century, Henry II gave great appanages to his sons. The eldest, young Henry, was reserved for the throne of England, but Aquitaine was given to Richard, and by a fortunate marriage Brittany was secured to Geoffrey. The result was rebellion and civil war within the royal house, increased by the efforts of the youngest, John Lackland, to establish himself like his brothers in some great appanage. In France, the donation of Burgundy by King John the Good to his second son, Philip the Bold, in 1363, set up the practically independent line of Burgundian dukes, who, in the course of their feud with the Orleanist branch of the royal family, plunged France into civil war, the strife of Burgundians against Armagnacs. In Germany, certain ruling houses adopted the system of creating appanages. Thus the rulers of Saxony created duchies for their younger sons, with the result that at one time or another there have been in existence at least 18 different Saxon duchies, not one of them, of course, being really strong. So too in the 16th century appanages were created for the younger Habsburg princes, with the result that the central power was weakened and even domestic warfare was not unknown. The reasons why this unfortunate practice of making appanages has so often been adopted are probably three. In the first place, kings, like any other men, are moved by affection for their children, and may not like their younger sons to suffer merely because they were born later than their eldest brother. In the second place, it has often been thought necessary for the dignity of the royal family that all the princes of the blood should hold great territories and be almost equal to the head of the house. In the same way, the great Napoleon planted out his own brothers as rulers of conquered states. In the third place, it has often been thought that the appanages would strengthen the royal house as a whole, and would prove useful allies of the king and strenuous supporters of the crown. This last idea was probably very strong with Edward III when he carried out his family settlement. The early Plantagenets had found the nobles too strong. The great territorial baronage had limited the kingly power. But these great baronial families often ended in an heiress. What could be better for the king's purpose than to join one of his sons to such an heiress, so that her great estates should be held by a member of the royal house, her powerful family influence wielded by a prince of the blood? Edward III thought that by this means the old centrifugal feudal spirit would be done away with, and superseded by family loyalty, by the strong ties of blood and interest which bound the younger sons to the head of the house, to the crown. But it was the contrary that happened. The old rebellious feudal spirit was not superseded by a firm family allegiance to the crown. On the contrary, the natural family affection and interest of the younger princes were drawn away into the old feudal spirit. The families of the younger princes became separatist and territorial, rivals of the crown like the old feudal baronage, but stronger because they accumulated more territories, and because by birth they were royal. The princes in the first generation might, like John of Gaunt, remain loyal to their head, but the second and third generation felt no such close tie. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Wars of the Roses by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 2. Constitutional History of the Lancastrian Dynasty. Edward III died in the year 1377. His eldest son, Edward of Windsor, whom later ages have called the Black Prince, was already dead. So the old king was succeeded by his grandson Richard, only son of the Black Prince. Richard's reign was a stormy one. He was a young man of great ideas and high ambitions, but his uncles would not let him rule freely. Already the results of the family settlement of Edward III were beginning to show themselves. The chief danger came from the youngest uncle, Thomas of Woodstock, the fifth son of Edward III. Thomas was the Duke of Gloucester, a man of strong will and great wealth and influence. It was he who, at the head of some of the greatest barons under the name of Lords Appellant, curbed the powers of the young Richard and kept him in a strict tutelage from 1387 to 1389. But in the last year Richard shook off the Lords Appellant, and for 8 years ruled well by himself. But in 1397 he began to act in an arbitrary fashion. A series of unconstitutional acts lost him the confidence of many people, and in 1399 his cousin, Henry of Lancaster, was able to carry out the revolution in which Richard was deposed and Henry elevated to the throne. Henry was another member of the royal family who had great possessions. His father, John of Gaunt, had many estates, a Lancastrian belt, which stretched across England from the Duchy of Lancaster to Essex. John had remained faithful to his nephew Richard, but his son Henry had been one of the lords appellant who for a time controlled the king. Richard, by stretching his prerogative, had made Henry an exile in 1398. Next year Henry landed at the mouth of the Humber to enter into possession of the estates of his father, who had just died. Within 3 months, on September 30th, Henry had been recognized as king in Parliament. Richard was a prisoner and died in February 1400 in Pontefract Castle. Thus began the rule of the Lancastrian branch of the ancient Plantagenet family. Henry IV was able to come to the throne not merely because he was a prince of the royal blood, but because he was a man of great possessions, being through his father heir to all the Lancastrian inheritance, and through his wife, Mary de Bohun, heir to a great part of the Bohun inheritance in Hereford, Essex, Northampton. Thus the family settlement of Edward III was already working out its effect. Already the legitimate king had been dispossessed by a prince who had the wealth and the influence and the ambition of a great territorial magnate, combined with the claims that attach to royal birth. 60 years later the family settlement was to achieve another revolution, when another prince, who was also one of the greatest territorial magnates, was to dispossess a king whose wealth and influence were not so great as his. Henry IV claimed the crown on 2 grounds. Firstly, as being descended from King Henry III. Secondly, as being acknowledged by Parliament to save the realm from default of governance and undoing of the laws. The first part of his claim can scarcely have been meant as giving him a prior right to everyone else. There were other princes who were descended from Henry III. But Henry IV claimed his descent not so much through his father, John of Gaunt, as through his mother, Blanche of Lancaster, who was descended from Edmund Crouchback, second son of Henry III. The young Edmund Mortimer, Earl of March, grandson of Philippa of Clarence, was descended from Edward I, the elder son of Henry III. To do away with this difficulty, it was pretended by the Lancastrians that Edmund Crouchback, not Edward I, was really the elder son of Henry III, but was passed over because of his supposed deformity. Few people, however, believed this story. So the real title of Henry IV to the throne was a parliamentary one. He did think of claiming the throne by right of conquest, but his wise adviser, Thomas Arundel, Archbishop of Canterbury, dissuaded him from taking this course. For to hold the crown by conquest would be to nullify all previously existing law of the land, and to start an entirely new state of things. Such a course would have been fatal to the new dynasty, as a revolution is only acquiesced in by people who have anything to lose, if titles and property are guaranteed and the law of the land is maintained. The Lancastrian title, therefore, depended on the recognition of Parliament given in September and October 1399. The fact that there was an elder branch of the Plantagenet family in existence did not in any way invalidate the parliamentary title of the king, which was a good one in law, and according to the ancient customs of the realm, just as the title of the House of Brunswick, established by the Act of Settlement in the year 1701, was not invalid because there was a family of prior descent in existence, namely the Stuarts. The governing classes of the country accepted Henry IV as king because they were afraid for their property and for their religion. Richard II, at the end of his reign, had made himself an absolute monarch, and the propertied classes could not feel themselves safe from his power. Through his first wife, Anne of Bohemia, who had been brought under the influence of John Huss, he had been attracted by the new religious thought known in England as Lollardy. The Lollards attacked the doctrine and the property of the Church. Their views on property seem to have extended sometimes from disendowment of the Church to disendowment of all the propertied classes. Thus people who had anything to lose, and people who were attached to the medieval Church, welcomed the Lancastrian dynasty as being an orthodox family that would preserve both Church and State. It may almost be said that Henry IV and his successors were kings by a sort of contract. They owed their title to Parliament, and the conditions of their ruling were that they should give good government, that they should be constitutional in their methods, taking always the advice of their councillors and Parliament, and that they should be orthodox and good churchmen. To the best of their ability the Lancastrians strove all through to carry out their understanding. They were loyal to the Church, they persecuted the heretics, they preserved the property of the religious corporations, and they established and endowed new pious communities. So the churchmen as a whole stood by them, and all the chroniclers who were ecclesiastics speak well of them. But though they satisfied the churchmen, they could not satisfy the laymen. The nobles and the middle classes found that good government did not always exist, that law and order did not invariably prevail. Except during the short reign of Henry V, the country was never quite free from disorder. The Wars of the Roses, when they came, were just a supreme and crucial instance of the breakdown of government with which, in a minor degree, the country had long been familiar. The failure of government was not entirely the fault of the Lancastrians. It was due partly to the policy of Edward III setting up appanaged houses within the royal family, and partly to the state of the nobles, who were reduced to too few numbers and who had accumulated too much land and influence. The Lancastrian kings did their best, and doubtless would have done better had they not been too poor. Henry IV, throughout his reign, was a hard-working, active king, and scrupulous to abide by the understanding according to which he had come to the throne. In all important matters he carefully took the advice of the Privy Council, his ministers were appointed with the approval of Parliament, and any legislation that the Commons as a whole desired was freely accepted by the king. The records of the Privy Council show the scope and variety of the business submitted to it. War, peace, finance, justice, nothing was kept from it. The king sat regularly at the council board and worked hard at the business of the realm. The privileges of Parliament were scrupulously maintained by Henry IV and Henry V, and measures were taken to ensure that the Commons were freely elected. In 1406 the famous Indenture Act was passed, ordering that the name of the person elected in any constituency should be confirmed under the seals of the electors, and that this proof should be sent up to Westminster by the sheriff along with the writ. Thus the sheriff could not substitute the name of another candidate between the time of the election and the return of the writ. Yet although Henry IV meant well and worked hard, his reign was troubled. The nobles who had helped him to the throne had grown too powerful and proud in the process. The great northern family of Percy was especially troublesome, and several times renewed the game of king-making before they were finally quelled on Branham Moor in 1408. The Scots made many raids over the border into England, though these raids were fewer when their king was captive in London after 1406. In Wales the great rebel Owen Glendower remained unconquered, though often defeated, for the space of 12 years. Worst of all, the narrow seas, of which the English kings had long claimed the dominion, were no longer guarded. French pirates swarmed in the Channel, and scarcely a year passed without some maritime raid on an English coast town. Henry IV was a man of weak health, but of valiant spirit. He shrank from no task that faced him, and it was only due to the meagreness of the resources of the crown that his government was not efficient or unquestioned. For although Henry IV had been a wealthy duke, he was by no means a wealthy king. After his elevation to the throne his followers had to be rewarded, and some of the crown revenues and land were alienated to them. The remaining portions of the royal income were absorbed partly by the great household expenses which the king had to maintain, partly by the public services of the crown. For in those days there was no distinction between the private and public expenditure of the king. The royal income had to provide for both. It has been estimated that the total revenue of the crown, including the income from the duchies of Lancaster and Cornwall, the earldom of Chester, and from customs, subsidies, and other dues, was an average of little over £100,000 per annum. Out of this sum all the services of the crown had to be maintained, all the king's palaces, castles, and manors, the expenses of administration at home, the defence of the narrow seas, and the upkeep of the fortresses of Berwick and Calais. The maintenance of these two places alone cost upwards of £30,000 per annum. It is small wonder, then, that the administration was not completely effective throughout this reign. It is all to the king's credit that he maintained his throne and his government, and met his difficulties so manfully, and died leaving the kingdom in peace. His son, the attractive and brilliant Henry V, did much at the time to confirm his dynasty on the throne. He showed that he was superior to troubles at home by leading the forces of the nation abroad, and by gaining the succession to the crown of France. He had the great advantage of not being a parvenu king, for his father had reigned before him. Whatever the circumstances of the accession, Henry IV had undoubtedly been king, and so young Henry held the throne by hereditary right. Everything seemed to combine to establish his dynasty for ever. When he succeeded his father on the throne, he had been a popular and long accepted heir apparent. He was a brilliant and successful soldier. Nothing so much stimulates the loyalty of a people as great foreign conquests. He was the unquestioned ruler of England, the friend and supporter of the Catholic Church, the ally and confidant of the Holy Roman Emperor, the most legitimate sovereign in Europe. To all this he added the succession to the crown of France, and so succeeded to a long line of Capet and to the throne of Clovis and Charlemagne. The Treaty of Troyes in 1420 marks the highest point to which his power extended. His realms now extended from the Tweed to the Atlantic and to the Pyrenees. When he died he left a son to carry on his work, with the noble, valiant, and loyal John, Duke of Bedford, to guard the kingdoms during the king's tender years. No one now questioned the right of the house of Lancaster, which, strictly respecting the constitution of the country, had raised England to the highest point ever reached in the Middle Ages. For the glory of Henry V far surpassed that of the famous Angevin empire of Henry II. Henry II was sovereign in England, but as Duke of Normandy, Count of Anjou, Duke of Aquitaine, he was the man and inferior of the French king. But Henry V had no one over him except God. He owed no fealty whether as king or duke. He was free of all feudal ties. His brothers, John, Duke of Bedford, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, and Thomas, Duke of Clarence, were able, vigorous, and loyal. Clarence died on the field of Beaujeu in 1421. In the next reign the ambition of Humphrey of Gloucester caused difficulties. But at the death of Henry V everything seemed prospering for the house of Lancaster. The family known later as Yorkist showed no dangerous ambitions. The reigning family was well supported by the Beauforts. This last family was descended from the union of John of Gaunt and Catherine Swynford. It was thus closely related to the reigning house. But though legitimated by Act of Parliament, they were legally incapable of inheriting the crown. Their wealth and influence made them powerful supporters of the reigning line, to which they were attracted by every tie of kinship, gratitude, and interest. Their fortune depended upon those of the Lancastrian dynasty. With this they must rise or fall. Meanwhile the two remaining branches of Edward's family had amalgamated. Edmund Mortimer, who was the great-grandson of Lionel of Clarence, and who was the adopted heir of Richard II., died in 1424 without issue. The family of his sister, Anne Mortimer, therefore represented the line of Lionel of Clarence, who, it must be remembered, was elder brother of the progenitor of the Lancastrian line, John of Gaunt. Anne Mortimer in 1410 had married Richard, known later as Earl of Cambridge, the son of Edmund of Langley, the fourth son of Edward III. Richard, at the end of a career of loyalty to the Lancastrian line, became involved in a conspiracy against Henry V in 1415. For this he was tried, found guilty, and executed at Southampton. But the family was not attainted. He left a son, Richard, 4 years old, who was kindly treated by Henry V, and who, on the death of his father's brother at the Battle of Agincourt, became Duke of York. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Wars of the Roses by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 3. The French War. When young Henry VI, not quite 9 months old, succeeded to the throne, the prestige of the crown was very high. Henry V had been acknowledged heir to the French throne, but when he died on August 31st, 1422, he was still uncrowned in France. His father-in-law, the mad King Charles VI, was still alive and reigning, though not ruling. But within 2 months, October 21st, 1422, poor Charles the well-beloved had died, so Henry VI was proclaimed King of France. Henry V had done his work well. Renewing the claim of Edward III to the French crown, he had fought a war of aggression for pure conquest. It was the logical converse of the expedition of William the Conqueror in 1066. Then a Frenchman had set himself on the throne of England, cynically alleging that he was only enforcing his legal rights. Now an Englishman, with an equally baseless pretext, had set his foot on the steps of the French throne, and his son was soon, though only for a time, to wear the crown. Within 4 years after the victory of Agincourt, Henry V had reduced practically the whole of Normandy, and established himself as completely sovereign duke there. In the next year, 1419, the English forces overran the Ile of France, and the old king was forced to accede to Henry's terms. In the cathedral church of Troyes, on the Upper Seine, on May 21st, 1420, the famous Great Peace was concluded, by which Henry became heir to the crown of France, marrying the French king's daughter Catherine, and governing the kingdom that soon was to be his, as regent for his ailing father-in-law. There was only one check to the victorious career of Henry V. He was the legal crown prince of France, but Charles VI's son, the Dauphin Charles, who had been disinherited by the Treaty of Troyes, refused to acknowledge him. The Dauphin proclaimed himself to be King of France, and although the English were masters of most of France to the north of the river Loire, and also of Guienne, he maintained a heroic struggle in the country to the south of the Loire. While Henry went back to England to crown his queen, Thomas, his elder brother, the Duke of Clarence, was defeated and slain by a combined force of French and Scots at Beaujeu in Anjou, March 22nd, 1421. This was the first serious defeat the English had sustained. Next year found Henry consolidating his conquests and capturing such towns as still held out against him in central France, when death overtook him at Vincennes on September 1st, 1422. The defeat at Beaujeu was prophetic of the ultimate fate of the English power in France, yet the tide did not set in favour of the Dauphin for some time. Henry VI was King of England, King of France, Duke of Normandy. The Privy Council of England sat as usual at London. There was a council at Rouen and another at Paris. The king's uncle, the heroic John, Duke of Bedford, was appointed, according to the terms of Henry V.'s will, regent of France and Normandy. His brother, the unstable Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, was protector of England when Bedford was absent. There seemed no likelihood that in 30 years the Lancastrian dynasty would no longer be recognized in France, and already would be tottering in England. Henry V. was right in his view. Success in France meant success for his dynasty in England. Merely as an English king, the Lancastrian's title to the throne might be questioned. There were others living in England whose rights might be advanced. But if the Lancastrian line by conquest acquired the sovereignty of France, Englishmen would proudly hail them king. No one could say that either in law or fact the Lancastrians were not true kings. And if they, men of the Plantagenet blood, were kings in France, were they not kings of England too? In the same way the German kings, from the 10th to the 13th century, strengthened their title in Germany by getting themselves crowned Holy Roman Emperor in Rome. But if the English should be driven out of France, if the Lancastrians should lose their indefeasible right by conquest to wear the crown of the Capet, then their hold on the regal dignity would be tremendously weakened. Clearly, as kings of France by right of conquest and by solemn treaty, they had no English rival. The Lancastrian family, and the Lancastrian family alone, had conquered France and received the crown in Notre Dame. Their right to the English crown, which some lawyers might hold to be weak, was covered over by their established possession of the historic throne of France. But once lose the regal dignity in France, and the title to the crown of England might hardly stand alone. The gradual loss of the French territories has therefore an important bearing on the origin of the Wars of the Roses, and on the ultimate downfall of the Lancastrian dynasty. With the loss of the French territory, the Lancastrian position as French king was gone. The name might remain, but by itself it meant nothing. Until the dramatic appearance of Joan of Arc in the field, the English power, under the wise and firm guidance of Bedford, went on prospering. But although the English administration in France was good, although the peasantry were treated with consideration, and the middle classes were encouraged in trade and in self-government, yet the forces of nationality, even in distracted, divided, feudal France, were too strong. When the romantic figure of Joan of Arc appeared with her devoted and religious passion to free France from Talbot and the English, she became a focus for all the vague national and patriotic aspirations of the people, whom neither the craft and pertinacity of the Dauphin nor the valour of the professional generals had till then been able to rouse. The strong ally of the English in France was Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy. His father had been murdered by some of the Dauphin's supporters at the bridge of Montereau on the Seine in 1419. Between Philip and the English, the King of Bourges, as the Dauphin was satirically called, seemed to have little chance. In 1423 the Anglo-Burgundian forces defeated the French with their Scottish allies at Cravon on the Yonne, in the east of France. Next year James I, the Scottish king, who for 18 years had been captive in the Tower of London, was released on condition of paying a ransom and recalling the Scottish soldiers from France. So the French were left to fight their battles alone. In that year, August 17th, 1424, Bedford met an army of the Dauphin Charles VII at Verneuil on the river Avre, to the northwest of France. After a severe battle in which Bedford fought personally on foot, wielding a great poleaxe, the French were driven off the field. But the battle showed that they were not afraid to meet the best English army in a hand-to-hand conflict. The result of the victory of Verneuil was that the English were now predominant in all the land north of the Loire, with the exception of a few towns on the river itself. The war dragged on for 4 years more before anything decisive happened. The English were hampered by the lack of strong financial support from home, while the King of Bourges had to witness a renewal of internecine war between some of his own followers. Meanwhile, Bedford was steadily building up a solid English government in the conquered territory, and in 1428 the Council at Paris decided that the time was ripe for a further advance to be made. A new English general, Thomas de Montacute, Earl of Salisbury, had come out to act under Bedford. Salisbury, with a good army, advanced to the Loire and gained in all 38 small towns. Then, on October 7, 1428, against the advice of Bedford, it is said, he proceeded to invest the city of Orleans, the strongest town on the north bank of the Loire, being with its important bridge the key to the southern country. The siege of Orleans was the turning point in the history of the English occupation of France. Every effort was made by the English to take the city. The Council in London strained every nerve to provide adequate supplies of men and money for the task. But on October 22nd the Earl of Salisbury received a fatal wound, and England lost one of her most successful soldiers. Even before Joan of Arc brought the French army of relief, it ought to have been clear that Orleans was not to be taken. The blockade of the English army was never really effective, for all through the siege supplies were brought up the river from Blois, which was in the Dauphin's hands, and introduced into the city. On May 8, 1429, the siege was raised by the English. Joan followed up her successes, and on June 18th defeated Talbot and the English at Patay on the road to Paris itself. On July 10th she brought the Dauphin to Rheims and had him solemnly crowned as Charles VII. In August the Maid brought her army before Paris, but failed to gain the capital. The English power slowly declined. As a demonstration to the contrary, the English Council sent the young King Henry, who had already been crowned in London in 1429, over to Paris to be crowned King of France there in the ancient capital of the Capet in 1431. 6 months before this coronation, the Maid, who had been captured, was burned by the English at Rouen. From this point, any successes scored by the English commanders were only temporary. Their administration in France degenerated, and they began to treat the peasants with undue severity. Philip of Burgundy began to feel that he had sufficiently revenged his father's murder on the bridge of Montereau, and in 1435 he left the losing cause and took the natural line of joining his kinsman Charles VII by the Treaty of Arras. This was on September 11th. On September 15th at Rouen, the wise, noble, and loyal Duke of Bedford breathed his last. He was only 46 years old. Next year the French army entered Paris. The English power in France was certainly doomed. Supplies of money from home, always inadequate, seemed after the year 1433 practically to have ceased. The north of France was no longer a place where war could be made to support war. But the English captains struggled on for 8 more years. The war, except for a short time after Agincourt, had never been really popular in England, and yet public opinion would not tolerate a peace. To maintain the war became a sort of point of honour with the nation, yet they would not pay for it. For 8 years the English grimly maintained themselves in Normandy and in Guienne. After Bedford's death, the commander-in-chief of the forces in France was the Duke of York, son of the Richard, Earl of Cambridge, who had been executed for treason in 1415. York, who was 25 years old when appointed to the French command in 1436, showed good military ability and achieved some successes. He held the position of Lieutenant General of France and Normandy for 2 periods, 1436 through 1437 and 1441 through 1445. But the Council of Henry VI had not full confidence in him, and in 1447 he was sent out of the way to be Lieutenant of Ireland. Meanwhile, in 1444, the home government had arranged a truce with Charles VII, according to which the English gave up everything except Normandy, Guienne, and Calais, and Henry VI. Was to marry the niece of Charles VII., Margaret of Anjou. The marriage was carried out next year, and the English garrisons were withdrawn from Maine and Anjou. The truce was renewed and maintained till 1449, when the plundering forays of the ill-paid English garrisons against the friends and subjects of Charles VII. Provoked the formal outbreak of war again. The English general in France, Edmund Beaufort, was a conspicuous failure as compared with his predecessor York. Less than a year sufficed for the French to conquer the whole of Normandy, which was held by quite inadequate forces among what was now an alien and hostile population. Guienne, the oldest dependency of England, was still left. It was bound to England by a strong economic tie. It was a great wine country, and the prosperity of the countrymen of Guienne and of the merchants of Bordeaux depended largely on the wine fleet that sailed annually to London. But by the end of 1451 all Guienne, city by city, had been conquered too. In 1452 the Gascons asked for help from England. They found the new French government more irksome than the old English government had been. Talbot, our good dog, who had grown old in the French war, but whose spirit was as high as ever, was sent over to their help with about 3,000 men. He soon brought the Bordelais back into English power. But next summer he flung himself on the French camp in front of Castillon, and after a severe fight suffered defeat and death at the same time. Guienne was lost. Thus, in the words of the Burgundian Varin, whose active life included the last 40 years of the war, by the grace and aid of God, the Duchy of Guienne was brought back into obedience to the King of France, soon after the Duchy of Normandy, and all the French kingdom except the town of Calais, which is still left in the hands of the English. May God be willing that it too be brought back, if the Scripture is to be fulfilled which says, "Better is obedience than sacrifice." The failure to hold France ruined the Lancastrian dynasty, although undoubtedly the failure was for the good of England. The French and the English would never, in all likelihood, have done well under a common sovereign. Nor would England have grown to the strong, consolidated imperial position which she later attained. France was too opulent, her people too brilliant, ever to be secondary to England. The greater would have drawn the less, as England after 1603 drew Scotland. England might have sunk to be a second-class kingdom, overshadowed by the brilliant and attractive France. The causes of the failure are not to be sought far. In the first place, the military superiority of the English was gone by the early days of Henry VI. Just as after the early victories of Edward III, Du Guesclin organized a workmanlike professional army to take the place of the feudal levy, so after the victories of Henry VI, which had been partly due to the fact that the French had again gone back to the feudal system of fighting, a new professional army was created by such men as the Bastard of Orleans, La Hire, and Poton de Xaintrailles. The establishment in 1437 of the perpetual tax known as the taille enabled Charles VII to maintain this professional army, and especially to have regular companies of artillery, weapons in which the French showed immense superiority to the English in the later stages of the war. In the second place, the English were attempting to hold districts where, with the exception of the Bordelais, the population felt an intense dislike to them. The lack of proper supplies from England, the life in small garrison towns, varied only by feverish raids into the enemy's country, demoralized the soldiery. Even in Normandy the memory of the good administration of Henry V and Bedford was effaced. And just as Napoleon found it impossible to hold down by garrisons countries where the population had a bitter and national hatred for them, so too the English captains with their companies of hard-bitten soldiers found it impossible to hold down France. In the third place, the early English successes had been partly due to the divisions of France. It was the faction fights between the Burgundian and Armagnac or Orleanist parties which so weakened the French monarchy. But when in 1435 the Duke of Burgundy made his peace with Charles VII. And united his strength to the national forces, the moral as well as the material position of the French was immensely strengthened, and the flank of the English sphere of occupation was exposed to a steady and continuous attack from the east. In the fourth place, the situation of the English in France from the early years of Henry VI. Was not easily defensible. The English sphere consisted of the outlying dependency of Guienne, which was strong enough so long as England retained command of the sea and kept the ring of fortresses from Bayonne to Blaye, which defended the frontier toward the French kingdom. But the rest of the English territory was a sort of triangle, with its base from the frontier of Brittany to the west to Calais on the east, and with its apex at Paris. The loss of the Burgundian alliance, which safeguarded the east of this triangle, and the loss of Paris at the apex in 2 successive years, 1435 and 1436, made the English position practically untenable. In the fifth place, the administration of the home government left a great deal to be desired. One defect was that it had no united policy, the council being divided into 2 parties, those who desired to proceed with the war, and those who advocated peace while it could be obtained with honourable terms. The war party was led by the king's younger uncle, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, and the peace party by his great uncle, Henry Beaufort, Bishop of Winchester. Up till 1444 the war party gained its own way, but never completely. The war was carried on, but not at all costs. In any step taken, the main consideration had to be economy. Moreover, the divisions in the council sometimes became most acute, and twice Bedford, who was continually overworked, had to leave the direction of affairs in France and fly to London to make peace between his contending relatives. Later on, the Duke of York was removed from the command in France to Ireland, and the much less capable Edmund Beaufort put in his place. But the lack of money would in any case have ruined everything. To maintain the war became a point of honour with the people. For any minister to propose peace was a dangerous proceeding. The peace of 1444 and the French marriage cost the minister Suffolk his life. And yet, although Parliament kept insisting on a war policy, it refused to pay for it. The revenue, even for purposes of peace, was continually shrinking. The theory that the king should live off his own and maintain his own war was still believed. So the army in France was starved, and the English garrisons, stubbornly fighting, wasted away or were pushed backwards to the sea. It is always easier in the long run to attack than to defend, and it is always easier to re-win a country where one's friends are living than to hold an alien country in spite of the inhabitants. The forces of French patriotism were continually rising. The life of Joan of Arc inspired the whole nation, and Charles VII., whose character gradually grew stronger as the long schooling of the war proceeded, formed a centre for the national aspirations. The 15th century saw the birth of patriotism. The feudal system was breaking up, and the claims of France were superseding the claims of the fief. The rise of French patriotism was the doom of the English occupation. It may be granted, then, that the loss of France was not entirely the fault of the Lancastrians. Henry VI. Was not a soldier, he took no real part in the war. Under any other king the French dependencies must have been lost, sooner or later. But the effect of the loss on the position of the dynasty was disastrous. The glorious adventure of Henry V., the proudest days in the long history of England, had ended in failure abroad and financial bankruptcy at home. The troubles from which since 1399 the dynasty had never been wholly free now rose up into startling magnitude. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Wars of the Roses by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4. The Struggle in the Council, Part 1. The gradual decline of the English power in France ran parallel with a gradual decline in the Lancastrian power at home. According to arrangements made by Henry V at the time of his death, the care of the young king was entrusted to the two brothers of the late king, John, Duke of Bedford, and Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, acting with the Privy Council as a council of regency. Bedford, who had the superior voice, confined his attention to France. Gloucester was left to preside over the council in England with the title of Protector. He expected to be regent in England, but Parliament, which since the accession of the Lancastrians had wielded great powers, refused him. Then, by Act of Parliament, a form of government was drawn up for the minority of the king. Bedford was recognised as Protector in France and England. Gloucester was to be Protector in England when Bedford was absent in France. The rest of the councillors were nominated to the number of 16. The most important after Gloucester were Henry Beaufort, Bishop of Winchester, and his brother Thomas Beaufort, Duke of Exeter. This body was intended to give all its time to the business of administration and was paid for its services. Humphrey of Gloucester, while acting as Protector, was paid £5,333 6 shillings 8 pence a year. The others received smaller payments, from the Bishop of Winchester with £200 a year to Lord Beauchamp, who received £40. When in the next year a few new names were added to the council, knights received £100 and a simple esquire £40. If a councillor neglected his duty, his salary was reduced. In the case of those who received £200 annually, £1 was taken off for each day's absence. From those who received £100, 10 shillings for each day's absence, and so with the others in proportion according to their wages. The nomination of the councillors remained in the hands of Parliament till 1437, when Henry VI, aged 15, who took a great interest in politics and government, began to nominate the council himself. This council naturally had immense power. It consisted of the most eminent men in the land. The king was a child and could not act by himself. Parliament, unlike the council, did not sit continuously. Thus it is correct to say that during the minority of Henry VI, the government of England was practically government by the council. When, after 1437, Henry VI began to take an active part in politics, the government of England was by king and council together. If by the middle of the century the administration of the country had broken down, it must be attributed in some manner to the failure of government by the king and council. As might be expected, the work of the council was enormously varied. The records and minutes of the council were carefully kept throughout the period, and they show how industriously the business of the kingdom was attended to. The volume containing the records for the first 7 years of the reign of Henry VI prove this. One of the early acts of the council was to sell some of the largest ships of the royal navy, a measure of economy which shows the poor state of the government. No foreign power, except an ally of England, was allowed to purchase any of the ships. Next, some of the less important French prisoners, who since their capture at Agincourt had been confined in the Fleet prison, were set free. The complicated negotiations respecting the release of the captive Scottish king James I were then taken up. Again it was resolved that the expenses of the Duke of Orleans, who had been taken prisoner at Agincourt, should be defrayed by himself. Hitherto he had been kept at the charges of the king. The king's nurse or governess, Lady Alice Boteler, was authorized reasonably to chastise him from time to time as the case might require, without her being afterwards molested or injured for so doing. Later her salary was raised from £26 6 shillings 8 pence to £52 13 shillings 4 pence yearly. Philip, Duke of Coimbra, son of the King of Portugal, first cousin to Henry VI, visited England in 1424. The council arranged for his reception and made the necessary orders for his expenses. the appointments and translation of bishops were taken in hand, 1426, John Kemp, Bishop of London, being appointed to the See of York. The Pope, however, had a nominee of his own, Richard Fleming, Bishop of Lincoln, whom he appointed to be Archbishop of York. But the Council vigorously resisted this attempt of the Pope, made periodically throughout the Middle Ages, to control the English episcopate. The Pope, Martin V, saved his dignity by translating his nominee from York back to Lincoln. In the next year the Council issued a declaration of war between England and the Duchy of Brittany. Public order inside the kingdom came within the purview of the Council. Rewards were posted for the arrest of highwaymen, and the right of sanctuary, whenever claimed, was carefully inquired into. The Council, in fact, seems to have combined all the work of a modern cabinet with a great deal of the work that now falls to the great departments of state. In intention, the government was good and honest, but it was not unanimous. There was nothing like the present system of responsible government, according to which one group of men who have the confidence of a majority in Parliament form the whole cabinet. In the reign of Henry VI, although up to 1437 Parliament appointed the Council, there was no homogeneity among the members. Those who were reputed the greatest and wisest in the land were chosen as councillors irrespective of their attitude to each other. It is obvious that this system could only work well if the members would exercise a wise tolerance and forbearance toward each other's views. As things turned out, such forbearance was seldom exercised, and the Council was never able to work wholeheartedly together. The first thing which now began seriously to break up the kingdom was the ambition of Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester. There is much to be said both for and against this man. He was an affable, popular prince, and was always liked by the citizens of London. He was brave and active, and had been wounded on the glorious field of Agincourt. He was intelligent, interested in science and literature, and a patron of men of learning, for which reason he obtained the title of the Good Duke. In his early days he was connected with Oxford, being probably a member of Balliol College, and one of his last acts was to leave his collection of books to the university, thus beginning the famous library now called the Bodleian. But his ambition was tremendous, so much so that toward the end of his life he was considered to be aiming at the crown. It is not, however, likely that he went so far as this, but he did mean to be chief man under the king, and he was bitterly disappointed when on Henry V's death the Parliament refused to make him regent. The best that can be said for his public policy is that he was consistent. Henry V's wishes in death had been that the French war should go on till the English power in France was made secure, and Humphrey never swerved from this design. Throughout the rest of his life he was the leader of the war party in England. The struggle in the Council falls into two parts. First, the struggle between Gloucester and Bishop Beaufort. Next, that between the Earl of Somerset and the Duke of York. The latter quarrel was only settled when Somerset fell fighting in the Battle of St. Albans in 1455. The struggle between Gloucester and Beaufort was always going on, with every now and then a severe crisis. It must not be considered that Beaufort was always crying peace with France and Gloucester war. On the contrary, Beaufort supported the war so long as England seemed likely to gain anything by it, and he lent or gave large sums of money to the government to carry on the war when the treasury was empty. But as the war dragged on disastrously, Beaufort naturally turned, both as a statesman and a churchman, to advocate peace. Yet what really divided Gloucester and Beaufort from the first was undoubtedly the ambitious, high-handed actions of the Duke. In March of 1423 the Duke married Jacqueline, Duchess of Holland and Hainault. Jacqueline, although still young, had been twice married, and had only been released from her last union by a rather dubious divorce allowed by the anti-pope Benedict XIII. At the time of the marriage she had been living at the English court, as her possessions and claims in the Low Countries had made her useful to Henry V. But there was a danger to England from Gloucester's marriage with her. The Duke of Burgundy did not wish to see an English prince become Lord of Hainault and Holland. The marriage of Humphrey did much to rob England of the support of Burgundy in the French war. But Gloucester never stopped to count the cost. In October 1423 he set out from Calais to Hainault, which was then in the possession of Jacqueline's former husband, the Duke of Brabant. Gloucester had with him 5,000 men raised in England. This was fully up to the numbers of the armies usually employed by the English generals in France in the reign of Henry VI. Gloucester won Hainault, but then found himself opposed by the Duke of Burgundy, to whom Jacqueline's former husband had appealed for help. In 1425 Gloucester, leaving Jacqueline in Mons, returned to England to get ready for a duel to which the Duke of Burgundy had challenged him. But he did not return, and Jacqueline, after defending Mons for some time with great spirit, had to surrender to the Duke of Burgundy. Naturally, the council were cold in their reception of Gloucester on his return, and Beaufort, who was the best man in it, had plenty of ground for complaint. Beaufort in 1422 had been appointed Chancellor. In the absence of both Bedford and Gloucester, he was at the head of the council, and practically vice-regent of the kingdom. This was too much for Gloucester, who complained bitterly of Beaufort's power. In order to vindicate his position, Gloucester demanded entrance into the Tower of London. The captain, Richard Widville, who belonged to the party of Beaufort, refused to open the tower to Humphrey and his following of London citizens. Civil war was only averted by the intervention of Archbishop Chicheley. Beaufort wrote off to Bedford, "As you desire the welfare of the king, our sovereign lord, and of his realms of England and France, your own weal with all yours, haste you hither. By my truth, if you tarry, we shall put this land in jeopardy, for such a brother you have here, God make him a good man." This was written on September 21st, 1425. On December 20th, Bedford arrived in England. He remained till the end of March 1427, and kept harmony in the government. But affairs in France urgently demanded his presence, and when he returned there, the friction between Humphrey and Beaufort would at once have arisen. Beaufort anticipated this by resigning the chancellorship just before Bedford's departure. Later, in May or June, he left England on a pilgrimage or crusade to Bohemia. Beaufort and Bedford being thus out of the way, Gloucester could again exercise his influence freely in the council. On July 9th he obtained from the council a grant of 20,000 marks, or £13,333 6s. 8d, for a new expedition to Hainault in favour of his Duchess Jacqueline. This was a shameful use to make of the public money, when the war in France was failing for lack of funds, and the garrisons themselves were without their daily pay. The money seems to have been sent to Hainault, but Humphrey himself did not go, as he was then living with one of Jacqueline's former ladies-in-waiting, Eleanor Cobham, whom he married next year, 1428. Beaufort, who had been made a cardinal by Pope Martin V, remained for the most part abroad in Germany and in France till 1432. Meanwhile, Gloucester was by no means allowed to have his own way in the council. In 1428 he was sharply told by the peers that he was not regent, but only protector, a very different matter. Beaufort, on the other hand, by his readiness to supply money to the government, and by his devotion to the king's service, was steadily gaining more influence. In 1431 he performed the ceremony of coronation on Henry VI at Paris. In the same year, William de la Pole, whom Beaufort had marked out as a useful minister for the king's service, was admitted a member of the council in England. Gloucester tried to oust Beaufort's influence by questioning his right to remain Bishop of Winchester after he had been made a cardinal. This was a knotty point which the council was unable to decide, so nothing was done at all, and Beaufort remained bishop and cardinal till the end of his life. The 10 years from 1430 to 1440 are a period of balance between the two parties in this unfortunate dispute. The logic of facts was slowly but surely confirming the arguments of Beaufort. He believed in making peace, while large portions of France might still be retained. Even Henry V. in dying seems to have contemplated the possibility of a peace with Charles VII. On condition of young Henry keeping the title of King of France and retaining the duchies of Normandy and Guienne. But while the steady course of disasters after the failure before Orleans seemed to point necessarily to peace with Charles VII., any proposal for peace was immensely unpopular. Hence, although the wise counsels of Beaufort and his friends in the council, Pole and Kemp, Archbishop of York, had great influence because they were right, yet the theatrical attitude of Humphrey in refusing absolutely to hear of peace and pushing forward the war in every direction coincided with the popular fancy and helped to keep him at the head of affairs. After Bedford's death in 1435, his position was naturally strengthened, for Gloucester had always been rather afraid of his brother, who acted as a moderating influence whenever he was in England. Moreover, Bedford's death left him heir presumptive to the throne. When the Duke of Burgundy in 1435 left the English for the French alliance, the injured and revengeful feelings of the populace gladly found expression in Gloucester's denunciations and his feverish war policy. So he was proclaimed Count of Flanders, the Duke of Burgundy, through his defection from the lawful King of France, Henry VI. Having forfeited this title, and was made Captain of Calais and Lieutenant of the King in France. But his campaign in Flanders in August 1436 was quite unsuccessful, and when he threw it up and came back to London, he ought to have been discredited in the popular mind. But he maintained his position still by his unswerving opposition to all proposals of peace. When in 1440 the Duke of Orleans, who had been a prisoner ever since Agincourt, was at last being released, and in Westminster Abbey was swearing to keep the conditions imposed on him, Gloucester, when the mass began, stalked out of the church. The dying Henry V. had only commanded that Orleans should not be released till Henry VI. Was of lawful age. This was Gloucester's last important act. The peace party was now in the ascendant. The mild and saintly Henry VI. Was 18 years old and able to bring his influence to bear on the side of peace. William de la Pole, Earl of Suffolk, the friend of Bishop Beaufort, was becoming the king's right-hand man. Gloucester had 7 more years of life to run, but the opposition between him and Beaufort might now be considered practically at an end. He still went on protesting, but without effect. The Beaufort party had triumphed, and from 1440 to 1450 it governed the country under the king. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Wars of the Roses by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 4. The Struggle in the Council, Part 2. This, then, is the second stage in the history of parties before the actual outbreak of the Wars of the Roses. The third stage is for 5 years, from 1450, when the Duke of York returned from Ireland, and another period of opposition ensued, namely between him and the Beaufort party again, represented by the Cardinal's nephew, Edmund, Duke of Somerset. In the period between 1440 to 1450, the government made an effort to get rid of the war with France. William de la Pole, 4th Earl of Suffolk, now the chief advocate of peace, had done good service in the French war. Born in 1396, he was the grandson of Michael de la Pole, 1st Earl of Suffolk, the statesman who had died in exile for his devotion to Richard II. William had been in the service of Henry V and had gone through that monarch's French campaigns. During the minority of Henry VI, he had steadily risen in the service. After the death of the Earl of Salisbury before Orleans in 1429, Suffolk had succeeded to the command of the army. He was taken by Joan of Arc at the capture of Jargeau, but was able to ransom himself almost at once and return to the war. In 1431, after 16 years of campaigning, he returned to England and was called to the Privy Council. He had seen enough of the long drawn out war to know how hopeless it was, especially in its financially starved condition. Parliament would never increase the supplies, so he joined the party of the Beauforts. He married Alice, Countess of Salisbury, the widow of his former leader, the Earl of Salisbury, killed before Orleans. Alice's grandmother had been sister to Catherine Swynford, the ancestress of the Beaufort family. After 1440, Suffolk's efforts for peace were gradually consummated. In 1444 he was the chief English representative at the Conference of Tours, where the truce including the marriage of Henry VI with Margaret of Anjou was arranged. The agreement at Tours provided for a cessation of hostilities by land and sea for 18 months. This cessation was subsequently prolonged till the year 1449. The ceremony of marriage was performed for Henry by proxy at Nancy in 1445. Margaret was niece to the French king Charles VII, and it was hoped that she would harmonize the discordant interests of the two countries. But Charles VII had only allowed the marriage on the secret understanding that the English should evacuate Maine. No discussion of this condition previously to its being concluded is mentioned in the minutes of the Privy Council, but it is unlikely that the Council did not contemplate some such condition. As it was intensely unpopular in England, all the ministers were afraid to avow it. Only after a strong military demonstration did the French ultimately obtain the actual cession in 1448. Neither Suffolk nor Queen Margaret were likely to be any more popular for this, and the position of Henry VI was too closely bound up with theirs not to suffer with them. Suffolk, who had been made a marquis by the king in September of 1444, and Edmund Beaufort, Earl of Somerset, were now in the council of Henry VI, along with Queen Margaret, who was firm in support of them. The Duke of York was recalled from France in 1445 and appointed to the position of Lord Lieutenant of Ireland in December 1447. The Duke of Gloucester, who of course hated the French marriage, found himself without influence. He was actually in very bad odour with the king, and was suspected of having sinister aims on the crown. His wife, Eleanor Cobham, was now in prison, July 1446, in the Isle of Man, under a strong suspicion of having practised black magic against the king. The Duke was no longer summoned to the council. Finally, in February 1447, when he came to Bury to attend Parliament there, he was put under arrest to be tried concerning an insurrection which it was reported, without foundation apparently, that he was raising in Wales. When in confinement in Bury, the Duke fell sick and died on February 23rd. People said he had been poisoned, and rumour pointed to the machinations of Suffolk. But almost all sudden deaths not due to violence used to be imputed to poison. Gloucester had always been an evil liver, and had known for years that his constitution, never really strong, was ruined, and that he might die at any moment. Little more than a month later, April 11th, died the aged Cardinal Henry Beaufort, our velvet hat that covered us from many storms, the last great statesman who was entirely devoted to the house of Lancaster. The king was thus left to the control of Suffolk, Somerset, and the Queen. Moreover, he was to lose Suffolk and the French provinces almost at the same time. He had already injured the Duke of York by recalling him from France. His own mind was rapidly becoming unhinged. It was clear to everyone that the fortunes of the crown were in a low state. Richard, Duke of York, had returned to England from France on the conclusion of the truce and marriage of Margaret and Henry VI. After the death of Gloucester, York was heir to the throne, being the great-grandson of Edward III. On his father's side he was descended from Edmund of Langley, Duke of York, the fourth son of Edward III. On the side of his mother, Anne Mortimer, he was descended from Lionel of Antwerp, Duke of Clarence, second son of Edward III. Thus his pedigree was probably better than that of Henry VI. but the Lancastrians had an indisputable parliamentary right to the throne, and Richard seems at this time to have had no intention of disputing the position of Henry VI. But the Beaufort party thought him too powerful a subject to live in England at this crisis of the country's history, so he was appointed to the honourable position of Lieutenant of Ireland, in order that he might be out of the way. He did not, however, actually go to Ireland till July 1449. The truce with France still continued, and at home the Council, under the leadership of Suffolk, continued to carry on the government, not, however, with any great success, for the statutes of livery and maintenance were not properly observed or enforced, and consequently public order was not very good. The Paston letters of the years 1448 to 1450 give ample evidence of the bad state of public security in Norfolk. It is not likely that the peace in other counties was kept any better. The foreign policy which Suffolk had upheld since 1431 was, if possible, to make and keep an honourable peace. The lieutenant in France at this time was Edmund Beaufort, who was created Duke of Somerset in 1448. The pay of the English garrisons in Normandy was as usual in arrears, so it was very difficult to keep them in hand and to prevent violence and plundering. The French government had by this time realized that their cause was in the ascendant, and they gladly seized the opportunity to renew the war, when a band of English soldiers made a raid across the Breton frontier in March 1449 and plundered the town of Fougères. There is no proof that either Somerset or Suffolk was implicated in this ruffianly design, but the captain of the band, an Aragonese mercenary who had previously been made a Knight of the Garter by Henry VI, called Francis de Surienne and known as l'Aragonois, stated in writing afterwards to the king that he had been authorized to make the attack by both of them. Anyhow, the French were able to make an excellent casus belli out of the incident, especially as Fougères was not at once restored by the English. Somerset, although in his earlier days he had shown himself to be a good soldier, did nothing to stop the advance of the French arms. On June 24th he capitulated in Caen with 4,000 soldiers. From this time his career lay wholly in England, where after Suffolk's death he became Henry's chief adviser. But before the surrender of Caen and Somerset's return to England, Suffolk had already met his death. From the very first he had known that the truce with France and the French marriage would be unpopular with a Parliament which was infatuated with the French war, although it would not pay for it. It is to his credit that he had risked this unpopularity, because he thought that peace was in the interest of his country. But he took the precaution, before he went on embassy to Tours, to obtain from the king letters patent, dated February 20th, 1444, granting him full pardon and indemnity for any measures he should conclude with France. This was confirmed in Parliament in June 1445 by a petition of the Commons to the king, with the assent of the peers, including the Duke of Gloucester. Suffolk thus had all the advantages of a complete bill of indemnity. But the loss of France was too much for the Parliament to bear, and its anger fell not on Somerset but on Suffolk, who was looked on as responsible for all the evil by reason of the French marriage and the surrender of Anjou and Maine. In January 1450 the Commons impeached him of treason before the peers. He was accused of having sold England to Charles VII, that he had conspired to make his own son king, that he had promised to surrender Anjou and Maine to the French, and had betrayed the secrets of England's resources to Charles VII. Suffolk defended himself successfully and with much dignity. He could have claimed to have been tried by the peers in a complete and open manner, with evidence and witnesses. But such a trial, opening up all the history of the last few years, might have brought the crown and government into an unpleasant light, which might have ended in ruin. So Suffolk submitted himself to the king's mercy, and Henry ordered him to leave the kingdom for 5 years. Whether Suffolk thought this the safest course for himself, or whether he waived his right to fair trial and went abroad to save the king from the consequences of a general inquiry into the affairs of government during the last years, is uncertain. he quietly settled all his affairs, composed a letter of farewell to his 7-year-old son to read when he grew up, and embarked on April 30th. On May 2nd his ship was intercepted by another ship which was attached to the service of the Constable of the Tower and called the Nicholas of the Tower. He was beheaded in Dover Road. If the Nicholas had not caught him, there were other ships waiting to do so. Henry VI and his wife were left as it were alone. Of their 2 great friends and supporters, Suffolk was dead and Somerset was still in Normandy. The other great man of the kingdom, the Duke of York, was in Ireland. It was at this time, June 1450, that one of the crowning weaknesses of the Lancastrian government showed itself, the rebellion of Jack Cade. Already, while the case of the Duke of Suffolk was still going on, there had been riotous assemblies in various parts of the country under a leader who took the name of Bluebeard. These gatherings came to nothing, but that in Kent was much more serious. The leader was an Irishman called Jack Cade, but he took the high-sounding name of John Mortimer and said he was cousin to the Duke of York. People in Kent at this time were afraid that the government intended to devastate the county in punishment for the murder of the Duke of Suffolk, in which Kentish men and ships had been involved. Therefore many men gathered around Cade, and a formal list of complaints was published. These complaints had considerable foundation. They included the high taxation, for taxation was fairly high, although owing to bad finance the government had received little enough money. The exclusion of the Duke of York from the council. He was not mentioned by name, but simply understood among the lords of the royal blood. Interference with the freedom of election to Parliament, miscarriages of justice, especially in cases affecting the holding of land, and the loss of France through treason. These articles, along with demands for redress, were sent up to Parliament, then sitting at Westminster. It is the duty of a government to consider and redress grievances, but order must be restored first. Henry VI saw this clearly, and although many common people, when called upon to serve, refused to fight against them that laboured to amend the common weal, yet Henry at last got 16,000 men together and marched against the rebels who had got as far as Blackheath. The rebels retired into the wood at Sevenoaks. On the advice of the Queen, a detachment of the royal forces was sent on to Sevenoaks under Sir Humphrey Stafford to clear the rebels out of the wood. But in the first fight, this detachment was entirely defeated and their leader killed. Cade then advanced to Blackheath, from which the royal army had retired. He bore himself so stiffly and so grandly toward the government representatives who came to meet him, namely Cardinal Kemp, Archbishop of York, and Humphrey Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, that no agreement could be arranged, and the king thought it wise to retire to the castle of Kenilworth in Warwickshire. Thus the capital of the kingdom, where already the Lancastrian government was not very popular, was practically abandoned to the rebels, except that the Tower was still held for the king by its captain, Lord Scales. On July 3rd Cade marched to London Bridge and cut the ropes by which the middle portion could be raised. He bore himself grandly, being dressed in fine clothes, a brigadine set full of gilt nails, belonging to Sir Humphrey Stafford, who had been killed when in command of the royal army at Sevenoaks. "Now is Mortimer lord of the city," he said, striking London stone with his sword. The treasurer of the realm, Baron Say and Seal, on whom the unpopularity of all the taxation fell, was given up to the rebels by the captain of the Tower and was beheaded in Cheapside. Then the rebels retired to Southwark, feeling themselves safer on the south side of the river. The mayor and chief citizens appealed to the captain of the Tower to help them to protect their lives and goods. They saw that Cade's fair promises of good law and security were illusory, and that the rule of a mob meant fearful evils to the peaceful people. So in their troubles the citizens looked to the old soldiers who were still left in England after the French wars. Lord Scales, one of Bedford's old commanders, harassed the rebels by firing off the artillery in the Tower, and at the same time he sent Mortimer Gough, the heroic defender of Le Mans, perhaps the hardest of England's fighters in the French wars, to hold London Bridge. The citizens were organized under this tried soldier, and all the night of July 5th they held the bridge desperately against the rebels till 9 o'clock next morning. The civic forces pushed the rebels back to the wooden posts at the south end of the bridge. Then the rebels drove them back again and set fire to the houses on the bridge, so that women and children in their arms could be seen leaping into the river to escape the fire. The rebels pressed over to the north side as far as St. Magnus Corner, but a great rally of citizens forced them back to the southward side. Then truce was made for a day. The city was saved, largely owing to the citizens' own actions, but the valiant soldier Matthew Gough, who had led them, was dead. Sir John Fastolf, in his will, drawn up 8 years later, left provision that prayers should be said for the soul of this Gough, who was an old comrade of his in the French wars. Meanwhile, the Chancellor of the kingdom, Cardinal Kemp, Archbishop of York, and William Waynflete, Bishop of Winchester, who, when the king went to Kenilworth, had remained in the Tower with the Great Seal, crossed to Southwark with a general pardon ready drawn up and sealed. They came at a propitious moment for the government, when the rebels were despondent after the fearful and unsuccessful battle of the night before. Most of them gladly accepted the pardon and went off home. Thus Cade was left with the more violent of the rebels, probably the prisoners whom he had released from the Marshalsea and King's Bench prisons. He gathered his plunder together and coolly sent it away on a barge to Rochester. He himself with his band retired by land. He made an effort to gain the castle of Queenborough, but finding the captain staunch and ready to resist, he saw that his cause was ruined. He assumed a disguise and set off, apparently alone, to the woods about Lewes in Sussex. But the new sheriff of Kent, Alexander Eden, tracked him into a garden at Heathfield near Hastings, and after a fight in which Cade defended himself desperately, made him a prisoner. On the way back to London, the captain of Kent died of his wounds. The rebellion ended, and in the inquiries which followed the king is said to have behaved mercifully, having only 8 men executed where he might justly have had 500. This was one of the many local risings in England. It was clear that the administration of the country was breaking down. Even ecclesiastics were not safe. On June 29th, about the same time as Cade's rising, William Askew, Bishop of Salisbury, after he had said mass at Eddington, was by his own tenants drawn from the altar in his alb, with his stole about his neck, to the top of a hill, and there by them shamefully murdered, and after spoiled to the naked skin. In the same year, only 6 months after, Adam de Moleyne or Molyneux, Bishop of Chichester, keeper of the Privy Seal, had been murdered by the soldiers at Portsmouth, whom he was visiting for no other purpose than to pay them the sums that were due and overdue to them before they went off to Sir Thomas Kyriel's expedition to Normandy. The rebellion of Cade would not have been formidable for a moment to a government that was really strong. Indeed, had the government been strong, rebellion would never have been thought of at all. It is probable that in England the outlying counties near the Welsh and Scottish marches had never been quite peaceful and amenable to government. But now all the home counties were in a similar state, with local risings and disorder. At the same time, the last of the English arms were being expelled from Normandy. On August 22nd, 1450, Cherbourg, the last English stronghold, surrendered. There was a dearth of great or even able men. The root is dead, the swan is gone, the fiery crescent hath lost his light. Therefore England may make great moan, were not the help of God Almight. The castle is won, where care begun, the portcullis is laid adown. Yclosed we have our velvet hat, that covered us from many storms brown. The boar is far into the west, that should us help with shield and spear. The falcon fleeth and hath no rest, till he wit where to big his nest. These beautiful verses were evidently written by a partisan of the Duke of York. It was not merely the rebels of Kent who felt that the country needed him back from Ireland. His achievements in France and in Ireland had not been brilliant, but they had shown eminent qualities, firmness, and a sound capacity for administration. He had always been quiet and self-restrained. The confidence which people felt in him was not due to any form of self-advertisement. Whatever work had been given to him, he had done well. He had behaved with dignity when the government ministers had plainly shown their dislike to him, and he had the gift of silence. But he could also act decisively, and now he saw that the time for him had come. Some time early in September 1450 he crossed from Ireland to Wales. About the same time, before September 11th, Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, arrived in England, having lost the whole of Normandy, of which he had been the king's lieutenant. Henry was faced with a problem. Would he rule through Somerset or through York? End of section 6. Section 7 of The Wars of the Roses by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5, Somerset and York, Part 1. Henry VI was not a strong man either in physique or in character, although in many respects he was one of the most attractive of the English kings. In piety, kindliness, and generosity he is to be compared with another saint on the throne, Louis IX of France. By the Roman Catholic Church he is held to be a martyr, and as such has been canonized. Throughout his life, although not wise, he was a consistently good man, and nothing evil has ever been reported of him. He had been well brought up by his mother, Catherine of France, and by the Duke of Exeter, and afterwards by his governor, the trustworthy Richard Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick, whose duties were defined by the Council. This ordinance of the Council is a very interesting document, couched like all the ordinances in the first person, as if the little 6-year-old king was speaking. Henry, etc., to his Chancellor, greeting. Whereas it is expedient and convenient to our youth that we be taught and learned in good manners, literature, language, nurture, and courtesy, and other virtues, and learning suitable to the royal person, in order that we may be the better able to hold and govern ourself in the preservation of our honour and estates, when we come, through the grace of God, to greater age, we, with the advice and assent, etc., have chosen the Earl of Warwick. The tutor's task was well performed, and young Henry grew up in all piety and learning, a simple, quiet man. He came of a clever family, but not a very healthy one. So as a boy he was precocious and quick to learn. Being probably of a nervous temperament, he ought to have been kept back and not allowed to learn quickly, but the exigencies of state led the Council to bring him early into public life. At the age of 4 he was brought to the high altar at St. Paul's, led by the hand between the great Duke of Bedford and the Duke of Exeter, and after the ceremony he was placed on the back of a courser and paraded through the streets of the city. Although he learned to hunt and hawk a little, he was always serious and precocious. This was the worst thing for a boy whose family history on both sides was so ominous. His paternal grandfather, Henry IV, had suffered from general weakness and a chronic skin condition, probably due to the excesses of John of Gaunt. His maternal grandfather, Charles VI of France, had suffered from severe though intermittent madness. Thus, starting with a bad chance, Henry was doubly unfortunate in being thrown into a period which would have taxed the sanity of the most level-headed of monarchs. He was ruling a country where everything seemed to be going from bad to worse. Abroad there was war, at home quarrelling in the council, disputes in the palace, and rebellion in the country. Gentle and compliant as he was by nature, he must have suffered fearfully from the interested advice and requests of his courtiers. The income of the crown, on which he charged the public service of the state, was impoverished by his generosity, so that the soldiers were unpaid, and justice left to itself was openly bought and sold. Considering the poverty of the crown, it is wonderful that Henry was able to do so much for his foundations at Eton in 1440 and Cambridge in 1441. It is agreed that he showed much skill in buying up parcels of land to help the endowments of Eton and King's colleges. As a man he was tall and spare. His picture shows him with a sweet gentle expression on his face, and his hands lightly clasped. Unable to make out all the rights and wrongs of the factions between which he was torn, he allowed himself to be led passively by his handsome, spirited, and strong-willed wife. He used to complain of the noise made in the palace, so that he could scarcely read his books of devotion day or night. When more than usually tried or irritated, he would say, "Forsooth, forsooth," but no oath was ever heard to pass his lips. Henry was entirely faithful to his friends, and in some ways this excellent quality brought him into trouble. The Lancastrian dynasty had originally justified itself as providing the country with constitutional monarchy, one which, as contrasted with the absolutism of Richard II, would defer to the wishes of the nation. Thus Henry IV had chosen his ministers and councils subject to the approval of Parliament. Between Henry V and his Parliament complete accord seems to have prevailed. But with Henry VI, in some ways the most gentle and compliant of his family, a new system began. As soon as he was capable of managing his affairs, he began choosing his ministers and councillors without reference to Parliament, and so to some extent he came under the old and disastrous charge of favouritism. He was said to keep in power men whom the people or Parliament disliked. This was not exactly favouritism, for a favourite is usually taken to mean someone promoted to high position without having served a long and regular training in subordinate positions. But the ministers that Henry clung to so persistently were all tried men. Cardinal Kemp was an experienced man, and a wise and loyal servant of the crown. The Duke of Suffolk came from a regular official family, and when he entered the council in 1431 he was already a veteran of the French war, with 16 years' service behind him. The Duke of Somerset, too, was no quickly raised favourite, for all the Beauforts from their boyhood had been trained to the royal service, and Edmund himself, by the year 1450, had at any rate 20 years' service behind him. Yet although Henry's advisers were no mere favourites of a whimsical monarch, they were not such as the nation at large approved of. The complaint of Jack Cade that the Duke of York was arbitrarily excluded from the council found an echo in many honest hearts. For although a mediaeval king had an undoubted right to choose his own servants, who were also the ministers of state, yet that policy must be justified by success. It could only be done by a strong king who knew the right men and what was the right thing to be done, and so was content to go his own way without fear. But Henry's disregard of the wishes of his Parliament was condemned by the failure of his policy. Normandy was lost. Calais itself was in great danger. The command of the sea was neglected. The finances were ruined. Public order was destroyed. The home administration was practically paralyzed. Probably England was never in a more disorganized state than when Somerset and York returned to England in 1450. Somerset with a long record of defeat behind him, York with a record of eminently respectable, although not brilliant, achievement. At this moment Henry VI stood at the parting of the ways. The choice of York as chief adviser would be approved by the middle classes, the powerful and prosperous traders, and by a large section of the nobility. It would give peace to the realm, but it would mean something like the adoption of a colleague on the throne. Somerset, on the other hand, had no approval in the country, no recent successes to his credit, but rather the memory of failure. But his family, only semi-royal in origin, had always acted as faithful dependents of the Lancastrian house, and would stand or fall with it. So Somerset was chosen, the evil genius he's been called of the house of Lancaster. On September 11th he was made Constable of England. Possibly Queen Margaret had a great deal to do with this. French queens have seldom been a success in England, being often characterized by too much will and a desire to guide affairs in their own way. Henry VI was peculiarly amenable to such treatment, and Margaret was peculiarly able to exercise it. She was devoted to her husband and afterwards to her son, and had definite ideas with regard to government. Ever since Suffolk had brought her to England in 1445, she had identified herself with the Beaufort party. She had been suspicious of Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, and after his death she had been suspicious of the Duke of York. It was apparently through the influence of herself and Suffolk that York was excluded from the council and sent to Ireland, and it was almost certainly through her influence that Somerset was appointed constable in 1450, a position which carried with it the control of all the military forces of England. Margaret was undoubtedly an autocratic woman, and as the Wars of the Roses developed, she became hardened and indeed brutal, showing the same propensity as bloodthirsty men to execute prisoners after battle. Had she not been a foreigner, her commanding qualities might have been tolerated and even popular. An episode in one of her journeys in England, related in the Paston Letters, reminds the reader forcibly of Queen Elizabeth. The Queen, on one occasion visiting Norwich, sent for Margaret Paston's cousin, an unmarried lady. She was much pleased with the cousin's manner, and forthwith told her to get a husband, and apparently took steps to find one. Here, in the sphere of social relations, high spirit and a somewhat autocratic attitude, if combined with kindliness and good nature, are not unattractive. But when transferred into national politics, and especially into party politics, these qualities may engender hatred. A different impression from Margaret Paston's is given of the Queen in a news letter, written in January of the next year. The Queen hath made a bill of 5 articles, desiring those articles to be granted. The first demand was that she should have the whole rule of the country. The second was that she should have the appointment of the Chancellor and all chief officers of state. The third was that all bishoprics and benefices should be in her gift. The fourth was that an adequate income should be assigned to the royal family. The writer did not yet know what the fifth was, but it would seem there was nothing more for the 5th article to supply. One more defect in her character was often adverted to in her lifetime. She was believed to be greedy of money, eagerly taking a share of any lands that might fall to the crown, as for instance the estates of Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, after his death in 1447. Yet it must be remembered that she too, like her husband, was interested in charitable foundations, being with Andrew Docket, rector of St. Botolph's, Cambridge, the foundress and patron of Queen's College. Richard of York had a personal score to settle with Somerset, for it was to him that York felt that he owed his banishment to Ireland. In 1446, after he had kept for 5 years sound, sober, and wise government in Normandy, he had expected a renewal of his term of office, and in fact the council had renewed his appointment for another 5 years. But Somerset, who desired the appointment for himself, prevailed upon the king to annul the appointment and give it instead to himself. This, says John Withamsteed, the contemporary abbot of St. Albans, was the original cause or occasion of the Wars of the Roses. So Somerset went to Normandy with disastrous results to the English power, and York was given the lieutenancy of Ireland as a place of honourable banishment. And now Somerset, after an uninterrupted series of defeats, was back in England, with the high office of constable, controlling the military forces of the crown, chief man at the council table. Yet he was hated by the people at large, while York was almost universally looked up to as the one man who could save the kingdom. The characters of these two men are interesting. Somerset was not entirely bad. York was by no means wholly faultless. Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, was at this time 46 years of age, a good-looking man with gentle, courteous manners and a desire to do justice in the country. Being descended in a direct line from John of Gaunt, he stood very near the throne. The Beauforts, although legitimised in 1396 and 1407, had in the latter act been debarred from the line of succession to the throne. This condition, of course, might again have been annulled by Act of Parliament, but there is no indication that Somerset was ever tempted with this prospect. He was loyal to Henry VI before the birth of the king's son, and after the birth of the Prince Edward he fell fighting for the royal family in the first battle of St. Albans. Throughout all the attacks on Somerset in the council or in Parliament, Henry and the Queen stood obstinately by him and made his cause their own. It is clear that they never doubted his loyalty. His character was not a great one, but he had courage, fidelity, and, as his end showed, a capacity for self-sacrifice. On the other hand, he is said to have been greedy of money, and while governor of Normandy to have stooped to acts of doubtful honesty for the accumulation of it. The charges of maladministration are to be found in an indictment against him drawn up by the Duke of York in 1453. Here it is said, among other things, that Somerset appropriated to himself 72,000 francs from the French government handed over as compensation to the Englishmen who had lost their livelihood through the cession of Anjou and Maine. A contemporary historian of France, the Bishop of Lisieux, in a general way supports these charges. The charge of financial dishonesty is not proved. Under the Lancastrians the accounts of the government at home and abroad were very badly kept, and there must have been great opportunities for peculation, especially among the subordinate officials. Salaries were, it seems, continually in arrear. A general, if he wished to keep his soldiers together, had to draw upon his private means, if he had any, to pay their wages, trusting to recover his expenses from the royal funds whenever they arrived. Thus a general who had paid away from his private estate £1,000 to his soldiers or to the contractors for stores might justly put into his pocket £1,000 which arrived 6 months or a year afterwards for the payment of the forces. If the accounts had been properly kept and the general's claims sent in to the government, and the moneys when they arrived duly acknowledged, no question of dishonesty could have arisen. But as the accounts were usually in confusion, and as claims against the government might refer to many years back, it is no wonder that the line between legitimate recovery of sums advanced and sheer peculation was difficult to be distinguished. But one thing may be said in support of Somerset's honesty. He was a rich man, having inherited great sums from his uncle, Cardinal Beaufort. Out of these riches he defrayed, when he was captain of Calais between 1451 and 1453, the wages of the garrison to the extent of £21,648 10s. In the last year Parliament passed an act to repay these sums to him, but it is not certain that the money was ever forthcoming. It would be easier to estimate the character of Richard of York had his life been longer, but his premature death at Wakefield cut him off before his objects had been realized, and before he had been tried by the possession of full power. He was a contrast to Somerset in some ways. There is no doubt that Richard was a sound statesman and a good soldier, although perhaps fidelity was not among his most eminent qualities. He had shown himself a good governor and a good soldier in France. In Ireland his tenure of office left behind it memories and an influence which kept Ireland loyal to the Yorkist name for many a year. He saw clearly what was the evil of England, namely lack of strong impartial government, and during the few months that he was protector of the realm in the first madness of Henry VI, he took the right measures to secure justice and order. The merchants and the middle classes were his unswerving supporters in Parliament. This is the best testimony that could be borne to the soundness of his ideas of government. He stood for justice, order, and not too much interference. The interference of the Lancastrian government with the administration of justice in the provinces is alone sufficient to condemn that government. The rebels of Jack Cade's time had called upon Richard to come and rescue England from the internal evils that were destroying it. But the court party, the party of Margaret and Somerset, made good government impossible, for the country hated them, and yet through the obstinacy or conscience of the king they were left at the head of affairs. York, the best statesman in the land, the firmest administrator and the chief prince of the blood after the king, was denied office. Through the meanest sort of backstairs influence he was kept idle, with his gifts wasted. It is small wonder that he came at last, though slowly, to the conclusion that the first condition of that sad and wise government which the Commons were always sighing for was to sweetboy the court party, forcibly purge the council of all elements of weakness, and put himself, with the approval of all the peaceful classes, at the direction of affairs. It is by no means certain that York aimed at the crown, especially after the birth of Henry's son. Perhaps he would have been satisfied if he had won his way by force to the position of protector during the rest of Henry's life and the minority of Prince Edward. It may be that success would have spoiled him, and that once in the position of guardian he would have proved to be but an earlier Richard III. But York was a very different man from his son Richard. His moral fibre had not been weakened by a generation of civil war. His spirit had not been soured by the consciousness of personal deformity. He had always shown great powers of self-restraint. Although he can never have forgotten that his father, Richard, Earl of Cambridge, had been executed as a traitor by Henry V, yet he appears not to have been actuated by any feelings of revenge against the Lancastrian family. It took 20 years of court intrigue against him to rouse him to arms. He had suffered in the king's service too, for, as was the case with so many of the Lancastrian government officials, he had to do his work when he was offered it, with little hope of pay. During his 2 years as Lord Lieutenant of Ireland he received no wages, and yet he managed to maintain an efficient rule. When he returned from Ireland in the autumn of 1450, the needy home government, instead of paying up the sums due to him, could only give him the right of exporting wool to Calais for 1 year, free of custom dues. When Henry VI, on September 11th, made Somerset Constable of England, he showed clearly that the old system of government was to continue, and that York was still to be excluded from the direction of affairs. By this insane act, Henry defied the whole nation. It was probably about the same time that York crossed from Ireland to Beaumaris in Wales. Finding his entry into Beaumaris resisted by royal officials, he passed on to some other point near at hand and safely effected a landing. He had left his duties and deserted his post. But he left Ireland in a safer condition than it had been for many years, and there was plenty of work for him to do in England. York's following was augmented by accessions from his Welsh estates, and he gradually made his way toward London. A letter from one of his retainers to John Paston, dated October 6th, informs us that before this date the Duke had had an audience with the king, in which the affairs of state had been duly discussed. York had especially urged that all men who were accused of treason should be given a lawful trial. Indeed, the whole conversation was all upon justice, and much after the Commons' desire. So York reached London, probably at the end of September, having made the journey not altogether peacefully, for at the very last he had to beat down the spears of the guards at Westminster Palace. In a bill or statement which he presented to Henry, Richard declared himself the king's true liegeman and servant, and Henry sent him a written reply to declare, repute, and admit you as our true and faithful subject and as our faithful cousin. Henry, moreover, promised in another letter to establish a sad and substantial council, with more ample power than he had before permitted, and that York should be one of the councillors. Further, the basis of reform was to be made as broad as possible, by the summoning of the greatest and the best, the rich and the poor. In accordance with this promise, Parliament met on November 6th to consider, as the Chancellor announced in the opening speech, 3 things: the defence of the realm, the defence of the king's subjects in Guienne, and the settling of disorder at home. The Commons, at any rate, fully believed in the Duke of York. Elections in those days were often corrupt. Richard did not leave them to take their own course. The Paston letters show us that in the county of Norfolk he and the Duke of Norfolk calmly decided beforehand on the 2 men who were to be elected as knights of the shire. It is true that only one of these 2 was elected, but the new candidate who was substituted was supposed to be favourable to the Duke of York. The speaker chosen by the Commons was Sir William Oldhall, one of the Duke's oldest friends and most active supporters. As Parliament was particularly invited to consider the affairs of the English in France, it was inevitable that the Duke of Somerset's conduct of the war should be inquired into. In the Middle Ages, and for many years afterwards, if a minister pursued the wrong policy, he might have to submit not only to a vote of censure and the loss of office, but to a trial on a capital charge. Accordingly, the complaints of the Commons were met by Somerset's being confined at the king's order to his house in Blackfriars, December 1st. But a mob, fearing that the king might condone his faults, as he had attempted to condone those of Suffolk, broke into the house, and Somerset had to fly for his life in the barge of the Earl of Devon, his brother-in-law. The Duke of York immediately denied having had any part in this riot, by proclaiming throughout the city that no man should commit disorder on pain of death. The order was duly enforced, and to show the new concord that had arisen, the king and the peers made a stately procession through the city. On December 18th the king prorogued Parliament and went to Greenwich Palace, where he spent Christmas. He hoped that in the vacation the question of a trial of Somerset would be forgotten. Before the year was out, he had made him captain of Calais, the greatest post under the crown. This appointment did not involve more than an occasional absence from England, and Somerset was to combine it with the position of head of the king's household. The unpopular minister was to be more in the king's confidence than ever. Parliament reassembled on January 20th, and the pressure put upon the king was at once renewed that he might dismiss his unpopular ministers. It was the Commons that made the petitions to the king, but they were clearly inspired by York. One petition prayed the king to dismiss from court 30 of his most prominent supporters, including the Duke of Somerset, Alice, Duchess of Suffolk, widow of Henry's late minister, William Booth, Bishop of Coventry, and Lichfield, made Archbishop of York 2 years later, the Abbot of Gloucester, who had been a member of council for the last 7 years, and John Lord Dudley, who later fought for the king at the first battle of St. Albans and at Blore Heath. Henry yielded so far as to send the less important of these people from court, but the position of Somerset remained untouched. Next, one of the members of Parliament for Bristol, a certain Thomas Young, in view of the fact that the king had no offspring, proposed that the Duke of York should be declared heir apparent. This proposal seemed innocent enough, for the Duke of York, as grandson of Edmund of York and son of Anne Mortimer, would naturally, if Henry VI had no issue, be considered legitimate successor to the throne. It is likely there was no other possible candidate. If Henry refused to accept the petition, it would show that he had someone else in mind. Now Henry was the last of the line of John of Gaunt in England, except the illegitimate branch of the Beauforts, who had been legitimated, however, by Act of Parliament, except with regard to succession to the throne. If Henry refused to accede to Young's petition, it would appear very much as if, rejecting the Duke of York's hereditary claim, he was leaving a way open for Beaufort to claim the throne. There were only 2 Beauforts who could be meant: Somerset or the Lady Margaret, daughter of his dead elder brother John. Henry rejected the petition. He knew that Somerset was an unsuccessful, unpopular minister. He knew that the country as a whole earnestly desired him to have no power over the affairs of government. Yet he not merely refused to dismiss Somerset from the council, but even seemed to point him out as a likely successor to the throne in preference to the Duke of York. It was perhaps at this point that people began to consider it necessary not merely to change the ministry, but to change the dynasty. Such were the consequences of Henry's act in rejecting Young's petition. He himself, however, in all likelihood, did not mean definitely to deny York's title to the throne in the event of the king's dying without issue, or to recognise any claim on the part of Somerset. Henry's object was probably only to prevent a situation which would compel him to accept York as his chief minister. If York had been declared heir, his claims to a high position in the government during Henry's lifetime could not have been disregarded. But Henry and Queen Margaret were afraid of York, and were determined to keep Somerset as their right-hand man. Hence the rejection of Young's petition. Henry, of course, was acting within his rights. He might have said in justification of his action that the petition was premature and unnecessary. He and the Queen were still young and might yet have a child. This would have been a reasonable position for Henry to take up, although it would have left people uneasy with regard to his intentions towards the Duke of Somerset and the succession. But Henry went much further than rejecting Young's petition. He publicly condemned it and its intention in every way he could. He kept Somerset as much in his confidence as ever, and as soon as Parliament was dissolved in June, he had Young arrested and sent to the Tower. He would no doubt have arrested Young earlier, but he feared to commit such a flagrant violation of a member's privilege when Parliament was still sitting. Yet it was bad enough to arrest Young at any time, for however rash his proposal, he had said nothing that could bring him within reach of the law. The whole episode of the retention of Somerset as minister, and still more the arbitrary and illegal imprisonment of Young, show that Henry VI. Was not really a constitutional monarch. Yet the Lancastrian house had been originally elevated to the throne, to the exclusion of more legitimate princes, in order that England might be ruled constitutionally and given good governance. Autocratic rule may be justifiable, but it was not on any such ground that the Lancastrians could claim to rule. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Wars of the Roses by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 5, Somerset and York, Part 2. After the dissolution of Parliament in 1451, little happened in the kingdom for the next 6 months. Somerset was still the king's right-hand man, but the government was no more successful than before. Charles VII of France went on capturing one by one the fortresses which still acknowledged the rule of England in Gascony. At home, the local troubles, as shown at any rate with regard to Norfolk and the Paston letters, were going on, not very prominently, it is true, but still continuously. There are the same interminable lawsuits about pieces of land and manors, the same hints of illegal maintenance by men in high position, of suits brought by humbler people in the shire courts, the same old difficulties of collecting the revenues of the kingdom. The last months of 1451 seem to have been spent by York in his estates on the Welsh march around Ludlow. Somerset was generally with the king. Guienne was being reconquered by the French. Calais was in danger. York was expecting every moment that a charge of high treason would be brought against him at the instigation of Somerset. Accordingly, on January 9th, 1452, he sent a letter to Henry VI, protesting that he was the king's true liegeman, although the king was his heavy lord, and offering to swear to this on the Blessed Sacrament. But no notice seems to have been taken of this. On February 3rd, York sent an address to the citizens of Shrewsbury, in which he adverted to the disgrace of England in the French war, the failure of the Duke of Somerset, and his own danger at the hands of the said Duke, who laboureth continually about the King's Highness for my undoing, and to corrupt my blood, and to disinherit me and my heirs and such persons as be about me. York, working with the approval of Parliament and a great part of the country, had failed to get rid of Somerset by constitutional means. Henry VI, like Charles I in the impeachment of Buckingham, had merely dissolved Parliament and kept the hated minister in power. So York, after long sufferance and delays, resolved to try another way. Seeing that the said Duke ever prevaileth and ruleth about the king's person, and that by this means the land is likely to be destroyed, I am fully concluded to proceed in all haste against him with the help of my kinsmen and friends. His object, he said, was to promote ease, peace, tranquillity, and safeguard of all this land, and all this was to be done, keeping me within the bounds of my allegiance. This was the difficulty. York was about to use force, and he expected there would follow him his tenants and retainers, his friends among the knighthood and baronage, all those who in any part of England had adopted his badge and reckoned themselves to be his party. The frontier town of Shrewsbury, which in the turbulent life of the march was ever ready for war, was to be his starting point. This was York's first armed demonstration. It was a clear breach of the peace. The forces he took with him were very formidable, being at the lowest computation 10,000 men, although the contemporary Burgundian Varron puts them as high as 20,000, and this figure has been accepted as correct. He marshalled them as a regular army, and was even provided with artillery, an arm which was to play a great part in the Wars of the Roses. Henry, with a large army, 30,000 men according to Wedhamsted, was ready to meet him in the open field. The gates of London were closed, and York did not attempt to effect an entry by force. Instead, he went into Kent to try his fortunes in that rich and frequently rebellious county. If the men of Kent had followed the impostor Cade, they would surely follow in even greater numbers the Duke of York himself. York pitched his camp near the historic town of Dartford, where the rebellion of Wat Tyler had started 70 years before. He must have been a skilful organizer, and have moved his forces quickly. He cannot have left Wales much before the middle of February, yet by the end of the month he seems to have encamped at Dartford. The royal army encamped at Blackheath was only 8 miles away. Events seemed to be moving toward a great battle, but the forces of the crown were very large, about 30,000. York had only about 2/3 of that number at the most. Moreover, the people of Kent did not come flocking to his standard, and although his forces were formidable, yet there were few great lords among them. Only the Earl of Devonshire and Lord Cobham were on his side. The rest of the magnates, although many of them were distinctly friendly to him, still shrank from civil war, and so took their places in the king's army. Even the young Earl of Warwick, then 24 years old, who was to be the great protagonist of the White Rose of York, was at this time with the king at Blackheath. It was clear that York was not in a position to fight, and meanwhile the pious king was holding out the olive branch through intermediaries whom York could trust. Negotiations were carried on by the good Bishop Waynflete of Winchester, Bishop Berchier of Ely. The Berchiers in the coming years were one of the great mainstays of the Yorkist cause. The 2 great Salisbury Nevilles, Richard, Earl of Salisbury, and his son, Richard, Earl of Warwick. York thought it wise to accept the best terms offered, and he came to Henry's camp as a simple subject, unarmed and with his head bare. He had dismissed his forces, and now, March 1st, he threw himself on the mercy of the king. Henry, of course, knew that York's party was as formidable as ever, and that the Duke could not be treated as a conquered rebel. He therefore pardoned him, and seems to have given him to understand that Somerset would be held to answer the indictment which York had drawn up and brought forward against him. The whole episode is very obscure. Wedhamsted says York recognized the king's strength and came and submitted himself before any promise was made to him. Others say that he did not dismiss his forces and come to the king until he had a promise that he himself should be pardoned for his rebellion, and that Somerset should be put on trial. All we can say now is that there was some misunderstanding. In complicated negotiations, when understandings, overt or tacit, are substituted for definite written and signed terms, neither party is likely to be fully satisfied, and he who gets less than he expected is sure to feel tricked or deceived. Anyhow, as matters turned out, Somerset was not put on trial, and York may have honestly believed that faith had been broken with him, and that he had been cheated, but this does not prove that Henry broke any promise. In the first interview between them at Blackheath, York may have overestimated the king's compliance, Henry may have overestimated the Duke's submissiveness. On March 10th a meeting was held in St. Paul's Cathedral, and York took a solemn oath not to disturb the peace of the kingdom in the future, nor to proceed against any of the king's subjects in any other than a legal way. Thus, in the words of Wedhamsted, the Duke of Somerset escaped for a time from his hands. York retired to Ludlow. The king, happy in his reconciliation of all parties, offered on Good Friday a free pardon, with a few exceptions, to all who had taken part in the late strifes, and who should apply to the Chancellor for the pardon. About 3,000 people in all, including the Dukes of York and Norfolk, took out the necessary letters patent. For the next 15 months little of note happened in England. Local riots occurred in certain places. There were the usual lawsuits about landed property, the usual difficulties in obtaining justice in the county courts. The Duke of Norfolk was sent down into his county to try and bring law and order back there. to inquire of such great riots, extortions, horrible wrongs and hurts as his Highness is credibly informed have been done in this country." Attempts were made to bring to justice some of the local men who were preying upon the county, but with little success. The king himself made a progress in the west from Exeter to Ludlow to pacify as far as he could all discontented elements, and to show himself as king in the Duke of York's country. In October the expedition of Lord Talbot was sent off to Guienne, where success for some time crowned his efforts, till the fatal day of Castillon, July 17, 1453. In January of this year a conspiracy got up by one of Jack Cade's former captains in Kent was dispersed. On March 6, 1453, Parliament met at Reading, where party feeling was not likely to run so high as in London. The object of the session was to grant supplies in order that the services of the Crown, such as the garrison of Calais, might be paid. The Parliament proved favourable to the king's government, as was shown by the liberal grants of supply, and by the Speaker whom the Commons chose for themselves. His name was Thomas Thorpe, a noted Lancastrian, who was faithful and energetic in the royal service, till he was beheaded by the Yorkists in 1461, after having fought in the first battle of St. Albans, from which he escaped by flight, and in the battle of Northampton. Parliament met in the refectory of Reading Abbey, and sat till March 28th. It reassembled after Easter at Westminster. The place of meeting proves that the royal government now felt strong enough to hold Parliament in London itself. It was prorogued again on July 2nd, not to reassemble till November 12th at Reading, in order that meanwhile the Lords might get to their hunting and the Commons to their harvests. But before Parliament could meet again, the king was attacked by insanity. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Wars of the Roses by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 6. The King's Madness and the First Protectorate of York. Part 1. Nu God that sittest on in trona, help the people in their gretenere, that truth and reason regna marisonna, for dan shall they leva out of dread. After the prorogation of Parliament on July 2nd, 1453, the general lack of good faith which characterises these times was shown by the imprisonment of Sir William Oldhall, who had been Speaker of the Commons in 1450, on a charge of taking part in Cade's rebellion and in the armed proceedings of the Duke of York at Dartford. Oldhall was one of those who had accepted Henry's offer of amnesty and had taken out letters patent of pardon on June 26, 1452. The process against him was only reversed in the Court of King's Bench shortly after the victory of the Yorkists in the first battle of St. Albans. The king had gone down to the royal palace of Clarendon in Wiltshire to spend July and August. On August 10th he became ill, his malady taking the form of a total loss of memory and a lapse into childishness, so that although he could eat and drink and sit in a chair, he could not walk, nor show any comprehension of what was going on about him, recognizing none of his household, not even the Queen. He remained in this condition for 15 months. The malady, of course, puzzled the physicians of the time, and indeed this species of insanity is still very mysterious. The king was frequently asked questions by ministers and others, but he never gave any sign of comprehension, and when he recovered from his insanity in December of 1454, he declared that he remembered nothing whatever since he fell ill. It must be borne in mind that Henry's maternal grandfather, Charles VI of France, had been subject to similar fits of madness, that the constitution of very few of the Lancastrian princes after John of Gaunt was really sound, and that Henry VI had gone through a period of storm and stress and disappointment that might have unhinged a much stronger mind. When the king became incapable of performing his royal functions, the right and duty of appointing some form of regency fell, according to the constitution, upon the House of Peers, or, more strictly speaking, the Great Council of the Peers. But nothing was done for 2 months, as it was expected that every moment the king would recover his senses again. On October 13th a son was born to Henry and Queen Margaret. The child received the name of Edward. For 8 years the king had had no heir, and everyone seems to have assumed during that time that the Lancastrian dynasty would become extinct, and that by a mere process of waiting the Duke of York would become king. But that hope was frustrated. The power of England had never stood so low. Only a little over 2 months before, on July 17th, the last battle of the 100 Years' War was fought, Castillon in Guienne, a total and irreparable defeat for the English arms. This crisis in the history of the House of Lancaster cannot be better explained than in the words of Stubbs. The final loss of Guienne destroyed all the hold which the government still had on the respect of the country. The king's illness placed the Queen and the Duke of York in direct rivalry for the regency. The birth of the heir of Lancaster cut off the last hope which the Duke had of a peaceful succession to the crown on Henry's death. The logic of events was steadily pressing the Yorkist house to reach out for the crown, but there is no sign that the Duke of York was yet aiming at it. The king himself had fallen into abeyance, but the king's government went on. No regency was declared, but the council carried on the affairs of state as if the king was still actively at his head. This condition of affairs, however, could not continue, especially as the keeper of the Great Seal, the Chancellor, Archbishop Kemp, was an old man and nearing his end. The choice as regent lay between the Queen, the Duke of Somerset, and the Duke of York. It was not long before York established himself as head of the government. He began to prepare the way about the time of the birth of the Prince Edward by bringing an action in the Court of Exchequer against Thomas Thorpe, who had been Speaker of the last Parliament and a doughty opponent of the Duke. The ground of the action was that Thorpe, who was a baron of the Exchequer, had made seizure of some arms belonging to the Duke of York in the London house of the Bishop of Durham. Whether this seizure of York's property was strictly legal is not known, but the Duke was now awarded damages in the Court of Exchequer to the extent of £1,000. Thorpe was put in the Fleet prison until he should pay this sum. Thus one champion of the Lancastrians was at least for a time out of the way. The Yorkists evidently thought Thorpe a redoubtable opponent, otherwise they would not have beheaded him 8 years later. The Parliament, which had been prorogued from July 2nd, met as had been intended at Reading on November 12th, but the king was no better, and so it was prorogued again till February 1454. Meanwhile the old feudal assembly, the Great Council of all barons of the king, was summoned to meet on November 21st. An attempt seems to have been made, first not to summon the Duke of York, and then, when that was found too illegal, another obscure attempt was made to warn off some of his chief friends and supporters from attending the council. The Duke naturally protested, when he came to the Great Council at Westminster, against this mean intrigue. All the lords present agreed with him. The Duke, in his speech, had referred to his excluded friends as divers persons such as of long time have been of his council. This is perhaps the first reference to the existence of a distinct Yorkist party. The Duke of Norfolk, who was at this time a kind of right-hand man to York, brought forward another bill of charges against Somerset, who did not appear at the council, to the effect that the previous accusations had been sufficiently proved by the deeds that have followed thereof, and he demanded in a somewhat curious fashion that Somerset should be brought to trial for the loss of Calais and Guienne, according to the laws of chivalry, as found in the book called L'Arbre de Bataille. The Duke was therefore arrested and put into the Tower in the first days of December. At the end of the year 1453, or beginning of 1454, when it was clear that only the king's personal action could prevent the Duke of York from getting the chief control of affairs, an attempt was made by Margaret and her friends to penetrate to the mind of Henry through his infant son. The prince was taken down to Windsor, and the Duke of Buckingham took him in his arms and presented him to the king in goodly wise, beseeching the king to bless him, and the king gave no manner answer. It was clear that nothing was to be made of Henry. If the Duke of York was to be checked, force must be used. The great Lancastrian lords began to collect men and arms. The Earl of Wiltshire and Lord Bonville in Somersetshire, the Duke of Exeter in the West Riding of Yorkshire, and others. Even the old Cardinal Archbishop Kemp commanded all his servants to be ready with bow and arrows, sword and buckler, crossbows, and all other habiliments of war. Thomas Thorpe was employing his enforced leisure in the Tower by drafting a bill of indictment against the Duke of York. An officer of the Duke of Somerset had prudently bespoken all the lodgings available round about the Tower, and the Queen had capped these expressions of the energy of her party by sending up to the Council a bill of 5 articles, demanding that she should be made regent with very wide powers of government. But the other party was too strong, and by the time Parliament met at Westminster, not at Reading as originally intended, on February 14th, the Duke of York had a commission from Council in the name of the king to open the proceedings. The usual business was transacted. Thorpe was still left in the Tower, and a new speaker was elected. The defence of Calais was taken into consideration. A sad and wise council was asked for. The way was made easier for York by the death on March 23rd of Cardinal Kemp, Archbishop of Canterbury and Chancellor of the kingdom. He was a faithful friend of the Lancastrian house, a good man in his way, one of those sound and honest clerical statesmen who gave their talents and learning to the service of the secular government, leaving the work of their diocese to be performed largely by others. His last days were disturbed by threats of violence from the Duke of Norfolk, the overzealous agent of the Duke of York. When the king, almost a year later, came back to consciousness and learned that the archbishop was no more, he remarked that one of the wisest lords in the land was dead. One more attempt was made to extract some sign of volition from the king at Windsor, but without effect. Accordingly, on March 27th, the peers took the inevitable step and appointed a protector. The choice fell on the Duke of York, the claims of Margaret being passed over in silence. The period of the Duke of York's first protectorate seems to have been comparatively peaceful. England had been suffering so long from lack of governance that the presence of a strong man at the head of affairs could not but be beneficial. The protectorate indeed was short-lived, and it was not in any sense epoch-making, although some useful work was done in Parliament. But in an old established country like England there was already a good condition of society in the country, if only peace and order could prevail. The Duke in his short time did something to give that peace and order. The period of the protectorate was to be limited by the duration of the king's infirmity or the coming of age of the Prince Edward. The council also appointed York captain of Calais, in place of the Duke of Somerset, for a period of 7 years. Thus he was at the head both of the home government and of all that was left of the English possessions abroad. The places vacated by the death of the Chancellor, Archbishop Kemp, were filled up. The Earl of Salisbury was made Chancellor, and the Bishop of Ely, Thomas Berchier, was made Archbishop of Canterbury. But the existing ministers, except Somerset, seem not to have been displaced. The king's son Edward was created Prince of Wales on June 9th. A French fleet was beaten off from Jersey and Guernsey, the islanders killing or capturing no less than 500 of the enemy. The Duke of York visited the turbulent north of England, where a feud was going on between the Nevilles and the Percys. The Percys were supported by the Duke of Exeter, a most vigorous opponent of York's. But Exeter, after giving a good deal of trouble, including the difficulty of getting him out of sanctuary in Westminster, was safely lodged in the royal castle of Pontefract. A strong bench of judges, including the Chief Justice of the Court of Common Pleas and a Justice of the King's Bench, was sent into Yorkshire to deal with all criminal cases, so the hand of the law extended into the most disturbed area in England. The Earl of Devonshire, who was an old partisan of the Duke of York, and who with Lord Cobham had been the only great supporter of the Duke in the critical military demonstration at Dartford in 1452, now broke the peace by a private war against Lord Bonville. York had him at once arrested. Lord Cobham was already in prison for having taken arms for York at Dartford, but the Duke let justice take its course and made no attempt to release him. The Duke of Somerset was kept in the Tower without a trial. York has been blamed for denying justice to him. But considering the charges which York had so often brought against Somerset, and also taking into account the latter's great unpopularity, one cannot help thinking that perhaps the Duke was as well without a trial at this time. It probably saved his life. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Wars of the Roses by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 6, The King's Madness and the First Protectorate of York, Part 2. So matters went on till suddenly Henry recovered his senses at the end of the year, Christmas 1454. The recovery was as sudden and mysterious as the illness had been. 2 days after Christmas the pious king ordered his almoner to ride to Canterbury with a thank-offering. On the 30th the Queen brought his 14-months-old son to him. The king asked what his son's name was, and when the Queen told him Edward, Henry held up his hands and thanked God. And he said he never knew till that time, nor wist not what was said to him, nor wist not where he had been while he hath been sick till now. The good Bishop Waynfleet of Winchester and the Prior of St. John saw him on January 7th, and when they found him speaking just like his old self, they wept for joy. Henry was a glad man now, for he had recovered his wits fully and had a son to succeed him, and he was in charity with all the world, and so he would all the lords were. Well might he say so, for his recovery was really the occasion of renewed party strife and of sanguinary warfare. The first public step which Henry took was to make certain changes in the government. It was these changes that made York feel that his life was in danger, and that the evils from which the land had suffered before the king's illness were to be renewed. He could not complain, because he was no longer protector. That office necessarily and properly came to an end with the recovery of the king. But he was alarmed at the other changes. A speech made by him to his supporters shows his sentiments clearly. It is reported in different words by the chroniclers Wethamstead and Varron. The former of the reports is obviously apocryphal, but they agree so closely in substance that we cannot doubt their sense is authentic. The king complained that Somerset had not merely been released from the Tower, but had been restored to the closest intimacy with the king, and that the man who already had lost England, Normandy, and Guienne was now in a position to ruin the whole kingdom. Henry had obtained the release of Somerset on February 7th, 1455, and a month later restored him the captaincy of Calais, disregarding the appointment of York, which had been made during the king's illness to last for 7 years. The Earl of Salisbury, another of York's appointments, ceased at the same time to be chancellor. His place was filled by the Archbishop of Canterbury. John Tiptoft, Earl of Worcester, was removed from the treasurership, and his place was given to the Queen's favourite, the Earl of Wiltshire. The dispute between York and Somerset was referred to arbitration. A board of peers was to give judgment within 2 months, and each duke had to enter into a bond for 20,000 marks, £13,333 6s. 8d, as a pledge that they would accept the peers' award. York had no confidence in the arbitration. This being so, he ought not to have agreed to accept it. It is clear he did not act with absolute honesty. Nor, on the other hand, was he treated quite fairly. For though he had held with distinction the greatest office in the kingdom only 3 months back, he now found himself no longer summoned to the council table. The king had lost no time in letting the old clique become his sole advisers. York and his friends were left out. Finally the king summoned a great council of peers to meet at Leicester. This time York was summoned, but he feared he was only called for his condemnation. It is stated that at this time York went into the north and called to himself the Earls of Warwick and Salisbury, and made the above-mentioned speech to them. It is not clear where exactly this meeting took place. Varron says it was in the city of York, but that is hardly likely. The earls agreed there was no resource left but arms. So, with a band of retainers and liverymen, they started off on their great adventure. Their forces numbered about 3,000 men. On May 21st they addressed a memorial to the king, saying that they came to show their faith and allegiance, and begging him not to give confidence to the sinister, malicious, and fraudulent labours of their enemies, but to admit York and the earls to his presence. This was on May 21st, and was sent from Ware in Hertfordshire. It is said that Somerset prevented the memorial ever reaching the king, but whether this is true or not makes no difference, for Henry could not now in honour have considered York's demands, unless the Duke would lay down arms and dismiss his unlawful forces. A letter had also been sent to Archbishop Berchier the day before. This letter, which states that York only took up arms under compulsion, owing to the suspicions of the government towards him, is interesting as a sort of appeal to public opinion, as represented by the highest dignitary of the Church in England, and by the first constitutional adviser of the Crown. But on the 21st the king with his forces had reached Watford from Westminster. They spent the night at Watford, and next day advanced to St. Albans, and took up their position inside the town. The Duke of York with his men was in Key Field, just outside the town by the river Vere. The town of St. Albans, although one of the most ancient in England, had never achieved the dignity of the other municipalities. Throughout the 15th century it was still subordinate to the abbey, and within the jurisdiction of the Lord Abbot. This is probably the reason why it had no walls nor military defences at that time. The monastery of St. Albans would not let the townspeople or villeins gird themselves like other cities with a great wall, lest they should become too independent and filled with the corporate spirit. The monks could expect that under the shadow of this rich and powerful monastery, and hedged round by the sanctity of the Catholic Church, the town would be immune from the troubles of war. But the influence of the monastery could not save the town from being the scene of 2 sanguinary battles, nor did the presence of the monastery soften for the townspeople the calamities that war brings to peaceful inhabitants. The intimate connection of St. Albans with the Wars of the Roses accounts for the excellence of the information in the register of the second abbacy of John Wethamstead, which is one of the chief authorities for this period. The king erected his banner in St. Peter's Street. One estimate gives his forces at 3,000, another at 2,000 and more. The Duke of York also had about 3,000. The entrances to the town were barricaded and held against the Yorkists. So the hostile forces waited from 7 in the morning till 10 o'clock. Another attempt at pacification took place, but broke down on the Duke of York demanding that Somerset should be handed over to him. This Henry naturally refused to do. Rather than they shall have any lord here with me at this time, I shall this day, for their sake and in this quarrel myself, live or die. The Duke of York recognized, too, that he must submit his demands to the arbitrament of the sword, and between 11 and 12 o'clock his forces were led to assault the town. But Lord Clifford defended the main barriers, so that York could not effect an entrance. It was the young Earl of Warwick, he was now 27 years old, who actually turned the defences of the king's side. For while York's assault on the barriers was fully occupying the attention of the defenders, Warwick got his men together in one body and rushed through the gardens between the Quay Inn and the Chequer Inn, which stood in Holwell or Holywell Street. Once within the town they gave a great shout, "A Warwick! A Warwick!" as a signal for York's men to redouble their attack, and keeping close together they set upon Lord Clifford's men from behind. The Lancastrians did not stand long, for the whole fight was over in half an hour. The king's forces cannot have fought very persistently, otherwise the struggle would have lasted much longer, especially if the defenders had taken to the houses and maintained an irregular warfare from the narrow streets. But St. Albans was not Carthage nor Jerusalem. The inhabitants had no desperate determination to defend their homes to the last. To them the fight was an alien struggle between the king with his lords and retainers against some other great lords with their retainers. Even the forces on either side did not fight with any great determination. The rank and file seemed to have very little interest in the struggle. When the tide turned against them, they turned and fled. The killed did not number more than 120. Only the nobles fought as if some principle was at stake. The roll of their dead, compared with the total number killed, was tremendous. The handsome Earl of Wiltshire, it is true, fled with Thorpe, and they left their harness behind them cowardly. But the rest stayed till they died, or only left the field wounded. The Duke of Somerset was killed, fighting for the cause, which was his more than the king's. The Earl of Northumberland, like so many Percys, met his death thus in an internecine war. Lord Clifford, the defender of the great barricade, lost his life there with knights and squires. Among the wounded were the Duke of Buckingham, struck by an arrow in the face. He escaped to the sanctuary of the Abbey. His son, Lord Stafford, struck by an arrow in the hand. The Earl of Dorset, so grievously hurt that he had to be carried home in a cart. The king himself, left all alone by his standard in St. Peter's Street, refused to fly in the face of defeat, although wounded by an arrow in the neck. Finally he took refuge in the house of a small tradesman until the Duke of York came to him. On the Yorkist side the losses were few, but Lord Clinton was killed, and also Sir Robert Ogle, who had led 600 men from the Welsh March, and had done good service in fighting his way to the market-place. The Duke of York's influence on the Welsh March had stood him in good stead, for the light Welsh archers were now probably the best in England, and the execution done by bow and arrow explains to a certain extent the small losses on the Yorkist side. It should be remembered that an earlier Richard, King Richard II., who had declared the House of March, the Duke of York's house, to be his heir, had kept a bodyguard of archers from the Welsh border who were devoted to him. The phrase Welsh archers does not necessarily mean simply men of Welsh blood. It comprehended any who came from the turbulent March, from Chester, Shrewsbury, and Hereford. Withamstead remarks that the king's men, who were mainly drawn from East Anglia, were of a much softer type. St. Albans was a great victory for the Duke of York. He had risked his fortune on the issue of the day and won. Had he chosen to wait one more day, he would have fought with greater chances of success, although the result would not have been better. For on the day after the battle the Duke of Norfolk arrived with, it is said, 6,000 men, and the Earl of Shrewsbury, Lord Cromwell, and Sir Thomas Stanley were following with no less than 10,000 men. When the Duke of York came to the king, who was in the house of a small tradesman, he protested that he was a faithful liegeman of the crown, ready to show this with all his men now or at any time. He congratulated Henry on the removal of the Duke of Somerset, whose death, he said, was a subject of joy to all the people. So he led the king reverently to the royal quarters in the town, and on the morrow, which was Friday, he escorted the king to London, where lodgings were prepared in the palace of the Bishop of London. Henry was kept there till the feast of Pentecost was past. A parliament was summoned in the king's name to meet at the earliest opportunity in July. The battle was disastrous to the town of St. Albans itself, for the men who composed a great part of the Yorkist forces, men of the Welsh and North March, looked on the town as their legitimate spoil, the reward that came to them rarely enough for their dangerous trade of war. They betook themselves therefore to the horrors of the sack, unchecked by the Duke of York. The abbey itself was only saved from spoliation, says Whethamsted, by the special intervention of St. Alban. But it was owing to the saint, he explains, when the royal forces first came to St. Albans, that the king did not take up his quarters in the monastery, and so the fury of the Yorkists was not drawn to the monks. The dead lay about the streets and open places of the town, and for fear of the Duke of York's anger no one dared to bury them. But the abbot, John Whethamsted, was moved to pity, hearing especially that the bodies even of the Duke of Somerset, the Earl of Northumberland, and the Lord Clifford were still miserably lying in the street. So he boldly rebuked the Duke of York and asked permission to bury them. Richard agreed. The three great lords were buried together in the Lady Chapel of the monastic church. Thus the Yorkist cause was triumphant. The king was virtually a prisoner in London. A parliament was shortly to meet, and it may be surmised that any pressure brought to bear on the electors would not generally be unfavourable to the Yorkist cause. The Duke of Somerset was dead, and his removal was the only thing which York had consistently demanded as the sole condition necessary to bring about peace. Why was it, then, that peace did not ensue? End of section 10. Section 11 of The Wars of the Roses by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 7. The Second Protectorate of York and the Second Reconciliation of St. Paul's. Part 1. There was no more open war for 2 years. The kingdom enjoyed an armed peace. The credit for this must be given to the good king, to his spirit of forgiveness and self-sacrifice. He showed himself willing to forget the past, and now that the Duke of Somerset was no more, to allow York to be his chief adviser. But the Queen looked further than this. In her eyes, York was the enemy of her husband and of her son. If the young Prince Edward was ever to reign, York must never be given chief power. She looked around for support. This she found, not merely within the country, but in the court of France, from her relative, Charles VII, and in Scotland, the Scottish king, James II, through his mother, Joan Beaufort, being a first cousin of the late Duke of Somerset, and a first cousin once removed of Henry VI. The Duke of York, in the course of his career, had given Queen Margaret plenty of ground for uneasiness, but her determined and incessant opposition drove him further and quicker on the road toward resisting the crown. The Duke of Somerset was gone, but as long as the Queen remained, the Duke of York could never be at complete peace with King Henry. It is useless to speculate on what might have been. Margaret's suspicions appear to have been justified by the subsequent actions of York. Yet her suspicions and method of expressing them may have had something to do with producing those subsequent actions. After the king's return to London, the influence of the Duke of York was immediately felt in a change of ministry. There he made new certain officers, as one of the Paston letters informs us on May 25th, 3 days after the Battle of St. Albans. The offices held by the late Duke of Somerset were divided. York became Constable of England, while Warwick, who had played a distinguished part at St. Albans, became Captain of Calais. Thus one controlled all the forces of the crown inside England, while the other controlled the royal forces which were stationed outside the country. The Earl of Wiltshire, who had fled from the Battle of St. Albans, was superseded as treasurer by Lord Berkshire, whose brother was already Archbishop and Chancellor. Then the great men dispersed for a time to prepare themselves for the coming Parliament, which it was hoped would do much to settle the affairs of the nation. The king and queen, with their young son, went to Hertford. The Duke of York found hospitality in the monastery at Ware. Warwick, taking his captives and the Earl of Dorset with him, took up his quarters at Hunsdon; his father, the Earl of Salisbury, at Rye. It is obvious the chief Yorkists did not mean to go far from London, lest some stroke should be attempted against them there. 3 of Henry's servants were thought to have planned an assassination of York in the king's chamber, but when examined on this point the men were able to clear themselves. Meanwhile careful efforts were made by the Yorkist lords to secure the return of favourable members of Parliament. The Duchess of Norfolk, on behalf of her husband, wrote to John Paston on June 8th, requesting him to use his influence to secure the election in Norfolk of John Howard, a cousin of the Duke's, and Sir Roger Chamberlain. John Paston was only a private gentleman, and there could be little objection to his canvassing in the interests of the Duke's nominees. But he apparently took a more direct way, and communicated with the under sheriff himself, who was acting as returning officer at the elections in the county court. But after the elections were held, the under sheriff informed him that the voting had been in favour of Master Burney, Master Grey, and Paston himself. Nevertheless, the Duke's nominees, Howard and Chamberlain, were the names returned on writs as knights of the shire, and they took their seats when Parliament met. The Commons chose for Speaker an active Yorkist, Sir John Wenlock. This Parliament had a chequered career. Its first session lasted 22 days, from July 9th to July 31st. One of the chief pieces of business that was done was to clear the memory of Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, who died under suspicion of treason in 1447. As chief of the war party toward the end of the 100 Years' War, he had been much opposed by the Beauforts and Queen Margaret. He was now publicly declared in Parliament to have been clear of any taint of treason. This curious and belated action of Parliament can have had no other cause at this time than a desire on the part of the victorious Yorkists to justify a great opponent of the Queen, and hence to show that their own opposition had a good precedent. Following this vindication of Gloucester's memory came a vindication of all who had lately fought against the king. A declaration was made on behalf of the Duke of York, and all the lords, knights, squires, archers, and the rest who had fought at St. Albans. Their innocence was established, so that no legal action could be taken against any of them for deeds done in connection with the battle. The responsibility for the late troubles was put upon Edmund, Duke of Somerset, who was now dead, Thomas Thorpe, Baron of the Exchequer, who was now a prisoner in the Tower, and Sir William Joseph, one of the king's household. Time was also found to consider measures for the defence of England from its foreign foes, the French and Scots, especially the latter, whose king with the red face had this year besieged Berwick, although unsuccessfully. For a time it did not seem as if the peace of England was going to be any better kept in spite of this Parliament, for 2 great Yorkist lords, the Earl of Warwick and Lord Cromwell, disputed in front of King Henry, each one trying to shift the full responsibility for the fight at St. Albans upon the other. Poor Henry must have been puzzled by this argument, which struck him no doubt as an attempt on the part of the pot to call the kettle black. Lord Cromwell began to be afraid of his life, even in London itself under the king's peace, and by his own request he had himself shut up for safety in the house of the Earl of Shrewsbury. For the Earl of Warwick and other great Yorkists were trusting to no peace, but were going about with their armour on and with their weapons. Their barges, which they used daily on the river between their houses and Westminster, were full of weapons too. The king thereupon made a proclamation against the bearing of arms, but it is unlikely that the order was obeyed. The Yorkist lords were evidently afraid of a counter-revolution, but they took a new oath of allegiance to Henry to show their loyalty. A week later the Parliament was prorogued, July 31st. Less than 3 months afterwards the king was again ill. The country, it is clear, had not been much quieter in respect of local troubles. The county of Norfolk, as the Paston letters show, was never quiet in the reign of Henry VI. But there is evidence from other counties too. In Devonshire in October there was a very bad case of arson and murder. The Lancastrian Earl of Devonshire, Edward Courtenay, had a quarrel with the Yorkist Lord Bonville. Accordingly, the Earl's son went one night with a band of men and set fire to the house of one Radford, a friend of Lord Bonville's. Radford was an old man, and when taken away he prayed that he might be allowed to ride, but they forced him to walk. Before he had gone an arrow shot from his house, his throat was cut. This was only one episode in the feud between the Earl of Devonshire and Lord Bonville. A little later the two noblemen with large forces met in a pitched battle near Exeter. There is some doubt about the result of the battle, but anyhow the Earl of Devonshire was able to plunder Exeter Cathedral. The strain of affairs had again been too much for Henry. He had probably never been quite right since the wound and the shock he received at the Battle of St. Albans. His malady was the same as had attacked him in 1454, although now it was in a less acute form. Anyhow, he was incapacitated from the task of government, and some form of regency or protectorship had to be arranged. The Parliament, which had been prorogued in July, met again on November 12th, and after the usual formalities the Lords appointed the Duke of York to be protector. This position he held for the rest of the year, until February 1456, when the king again recovered his reason. This period, the Duke of York's second protectorate, and the ensuing time till the renewal of the Civil War, is a somewhat inglorious one for England. Three things are to be noted about it. Firstly, the king's peace really extended no further than the limits of the court, but within those limits the efforts of the king were not without effect. Secondly, local fights and disorders continued, riots in London and armed outbreaks in the counties. Thirdly, the frontiers of England were not safe. The King of Scots, James II, had repudiated a truce made in 1453, and although the English government threatened much, it did nothing. Worse than this, the French, having previously suffered so long from English invasions, were not now to be deterred from setting foot on English soil and plundering one of the Cinque Ports. The second protectorate of York was too short to have much effect, but one thing is significant. The Commons showed more zeal in procuring the appointment of the Duke than did the Lords. However, the king soon recovered, and the protectorate came to an end. Parliament had met again on January 14th, 1456. It must have known that the king was in a fair way to recovery, for York and Warwick took the precaution of coming up to Parliament with 300 men in coats of mail and brigandines, although none of the other lords brought armed companies. By February 9th the king was well again, but according to the terms of the appointment, York's protectorate did not necessarily come to an end till the king relieved him of it. Henry showed some inclination to continue him in office, not of course as protector, but as chief counsellor and lieutenant. But the queen, a great and strong-laboured woman, was not likely to allow Henry to do this. York was accordingly relieved of his office of protector and left without an official position. From this point the condition of the government becomes one of drifting. The ordinary machinery of government had for long been greatly disturbed. The revenue was in a bad state. The good king was too easily prevailed upon, and the result was a kind of extravagance which it is always very difficult to stop. Extravagance not on himself, but in gifts to his friends or to charitable foundations. Accordingly, a bill was introduced and passed to the effect that the king should take back everything that he had given away since the first days of his reign. All honours, castles, lordships, vills, villates, manors, lands, tenements, wastes, forests, chases, rents, reversions, fees, farms, services, issues, profits of county, presentations of priories, churches, hospitals or free chapels, and all other revenue and what pertains to them. This act, though passed, could never be carried out. Its manifest injustice made it impossible. It would have made all property in England insecure, and would have put into the hands of the officials charged with its administration a power of extortion, blackmail, and personal maliciousness which would speedily have provoked revolution. It will be remembered how the Reduction Office of Sweden 200 years later became an engine of extortion and tyranny. Before Parliament was dissolved, the Earl of Warwick was confirmed in his position as Captain of Calais. This was the strongest point left in the Duke of York's position. The political history of England now becomes very scanty. The erudite historian of the period notices that for nearly 2 years, from January 1456 to November 1457, the records of the Privy Council are blank. Yet the result was better than might have been expected. The peace is well kept, wrote John Bocking to John Paston on May 8th, although there was trouble in London between the citizens and the foreign merchants. The different parties were watching each other. The king was sometimes in London, later at Sheen, then Coventry. The Duke of York was much at his castle of Sandal in the West Riding of Yorkshire. The Queen, with the young prince, took up her abode in the castle of Tutbury, where Mary Queen of Scots was subsequently imprisoned, in Staffordshire, doubtless in order that she might be prepared for any movements of the Duke of York. The Duke of Buckingham, the faithful but not very vigorous supporter of the House of Lancaster, spent part of his time at Riddle in Essex, rather ill at ease because the Londoners were so much of the party of the Duke of York. The Earl of Warwick knew better than to go to his command in Calais. For the next 2 months, May, June, he stayed quietly in the castle of Warwick. No doubt he kept his armour bright all the time, and his artillery powder in a safe, dry place. So the parties were dispersed till the middle of the year. The Queen moved up to Chester, but York stayed on at Sandal, and he waiteth on the Queen, and she upon him. But he did not neglect his trusty citizens of London. The Earl of Salisbury and the 2 Berkshire brothers, Chancellor and Treasurer, were staying there. About the middle of August the king left London and met the Queen, and with them the whole court went on a regular and prolonged progress through the Midlands. After visiting various places, they settled at Coventry, and in October a council was summoned there. The Duke of York was not excluded, and there he came face to face with the young Duke of Somerset, a worthy successor of his father, and a determined and valiant opponent of York. Some changes were made in the ministry. Bishop Waynflete of Winchester succeeded Archbishop Berkshire as Chancellor. The Earl of Shrewsbury succeeded Lord Berkshire as Treasurer. But these changes cannot be considered as inimical to the Duke of York. They certainly annoyed the king's strong supporter, the Duke of Buckingham, who was half-brother to the 2 Berkshires. Waynflete was no partisan, and Shrewsbury was a Yorkist. The Duke of York, in fact, was on very good terms with the king, as indeed no one could help being if given a fair chance. But the Queen did not tend to sweeten their intercourse. No doubt York was not very conciliatory to her. Indeed, had not the Duke of Buckingham exercised a timely influence, he might have stood in some danger at the hands of the Queen's men. About the middle of October, the king with the court moved to Chester. Winter of this year, 1456, and spring of the next, were spent at one place or another in the west, with a view possibly to divert pleasantly the delicately balanced mind of the king. In February 1457 they were at Coventry again, where a great council was held, and a peace made between the Duke of Somerset and the Earls of Warwick and Salisbury, with whom the Duke had a family feud on account of the death of his father at the Battle of St. Albans. In May the court was at Hereford, and the disorders of the march were temporarily quieted by the king's presence. In autumn the court moved back gradually to London, and a great council was held at Westminster, attended by all the great lords, including Richard of York. The proceedings chiefly concerned the trial of Bishop Peacock of Chichester for heresy. At the end of the month the council dispersed for Christmas, to meet again on January 27th. Thus the year 1457 closed in comparative peace. This happy and unusual condition of affairs must have caused much joy to the king, who would feel that his prayers had been answered. Now was the time to set a seal upon it by some public demonstration of concord. So the king resolved that the Great Council should meet again on January 26th, 1458, in order that the magnates under his influence might arrange some mutual and final reconciliation. So the great men came up to London, one after another, not punctually, however, and with no great display of enthusiasm. Each nobleman showed his distrust of the others by bringing with him to town 100 or so sturdy fighters, dressed in their lord's particular livery. The king, who had probably been spending Christmas at Windsor, came up to Westminster at the appointed time, and seems to have found very few there. This indifference and lack of common courtesy shown by the lords must have been a blow to Henry, finding himself thus treated as a man of no account. But the Duke of York, to his credit, was punctually at the appointed place, bringing with him, as a contemporary letter writer rather quaintly says, his own household only, to the number of 140 horse. Evidently a lord who brought only one squadron of cavalry was showing studied moderation. Anyhow, he was not shamelessly breaking the laws against livery and maintenance, if he called them all of his own household. The third greatest Yorkist, the Earl of Salisbury, Warwick's father, was there too, with no less than 400 horsemen of the rank and file, and 80 knights and squires. Warwick, who had been at his post at Calais, would have arrived by this time too, but contrary winds delayed him. The Lancastrian lords seemed not so ready to appear. The Duke of Somerset was nearly a week late, January 31st, while the Duke of Exeter was not expected till the following week, coming with a great fellowship and strong. When at last most of the great lords had come together, the council was formally held, and the king made a speech on the subject of peace, reminding them at the end that God is charity, and that he who lives in charity lives in God, and God in him. And having made his speech, he retired with his household to the royal manor of Berkhamsted, so that, untrammelled by his proximity, the lords might freely discuss the affair. The rich city of London was left with the lords and some thousands of armed and unscrupulous retainers. But the civic authorities, though anxious, knew how to take care of themselves, and seemed to have organized a sufficient and competent police. The debates of the magnates progressed favourably. The king was near enough to be visited by lords who wished to confer with him. His desire for peace would not receive less attention because of the timely arrival of the Lancastrian Earl of Northumberland with 3,000 to 4,000 people. These were not received inside the city, for the Londoners approved only of the Yorkist lords. The discussions seem to have taken place not in the council chamber at Westminster, but in separate party conferences, the lords Yorkist, who lodged within the city, meeting at the Blackfriars, those Lancastrian, who lodged within the city, meeting at the Whitefriars in Fleet Street. By March 15th it was believed that sufficient agreement had been reached for the king and queen to come to London to celebrate it. The magnates offered to submit to his award, which was given on March 24th as follows: there were to be peace, love, and concord between everyone, and old scores were to be wiped away. In satisfaction of all animosities which had arisen out of the Battle of St. Albans and the troubles of that time, the Yorkist lords were to offer a certain compensation. On the one hand were named Richard, Duke of York, the Earl of Warwick, and the Earl of Salisbury, and on the other Henry, Duke of Somerset, and his widowed mother, Henry, Earl of Northumberland, and his mother, John, Lord Clifford, and his brothers and sisters. Thus two distinct parties were recognized: the Yorkist party, which had conquered at St. Albans, and the Lancastrian party, whose chiefs had suffered death at that battle. The Yorkist lords were to wipe away the bitterness of those deaths by giving in perpetuity to the monastery of St. Albans £45 annually, to be spent in masses for the souls of the Duke of Somerset and the Duke of Northumberland and Lord Clifford, who were buried there. Further, the Duke of York was to pay over to the Dowager Duchess of Somerset and her son, the present Duke, the sum of 5,000 marks, that is, £3,333 6 shillings 8 pence, from the wages which the Crown still owed him for his services in Ireland. The wording of the award seems to imply that Richard was to find the money, and the Crown would consider its own debt to him discharged. In the same way, the Earl of Warwick was to give Lord Clifford 1,000 marks from the wages which the Crown owed the Earl. The Earl of Salisbury, as his share of the compensation, was to pay back to the Earl of Northumberland, if he had already received them, the 8,000 marks which the latter had been adjudged to pay him in a lawsuit lately held in the sessions of Oyer and Terminer in the county of York. The parties concerned in this award were to enter into bonds in Chancery for great sums as a guarantee that they would obey. Next day the great lords went with the king in a procession to St. Paul's to celebrate the reconciliation. The pious king rode at the head, clad in robes of majesty, happy in being the peacemaker of his people. The others, former enemies, followed arranged amicably in pairs, according to their rights of precedence, ranging from the Queen, who came second, on the arm of the Duke of York. And all people were rejoiced to see the lovely countenance that was between them. When charité is chosen with stats and stonde, steadfast and skille without distaunce, then wrath might be exiled out of this londe, and God our guide to have the governaunce. Wisdom and wealth with alle plaisance, my richtful regne and prosperité. For Louve hath underlie the wrathful vengeance. Rejuas Anglonda uris loris accordete to be. This, the second great reconciliation at St. Paul's, the first was after the Duke of York's unsuccessful show of force at Dartford in 1452, marks the highest point in the 2 years' peace, or comparative peace, which followed the first battle of St. Albans. The king, having successfully finished this good work, was able to take his rest for a time. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Wars of the Roses by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 7. The Second Protectorate of York and the Second Reconciliation of St. Paul's, Part 2. It must not be assumed that there was an entire absence of local disorder during this period of 2 years, but it was less acute than formerly. Nevertheless, there are a few striking instances. Although King Henry, by his presence, did much to bring quiet to the districts which he visited, yet even the purlieus of the court were not free from violence. The liverymen of the magnates could not help coming into collision with the civic authorities, for the noble profession of arms becomes debased when it serves only private ends, or is not guided by an honest and powerful government. 10 years' weak rule in England was alluring the soldiery to assume something of the character which we see in the condottieri of the Italian republics or the mercenaries of the 30 Years' War. And yet the condition of England never became really bad, for the growing middle class in town and country were an obstacle to disorder, while the leaders among the nobility showed a praiseworthy desire to avoid the plunder of the peaceful people. The difficulty was that there were too many masters. Sovereignty was divided between the king, the magnates, and the chartered municipalities. When the king with the court was at Coventry in October 1456, an affray arose between the men of the Duke of Somerset and the watchmen of the city. It is difficult to see how the affray could have arisen at all, except through the Duke's men wantonly infringing the quiet of the streets. Some of the men of the town, 2 or 3 say the Paston letters, were killed. The alarm bell, the tocsin of the citizens, was rung. The town arose, and we can imagine the citizens pouring out of their houses, each hastily tying the strings of his quilted tunic, burning now for a hard blow at the courtiers, at whose supercilious manners the good townsmen had been chafing. Matters would have gone hard with the men of Somerset had not the Duke of Buckingham, whose influence was regularly exercised on the side of peace and moderation, come up and managed to allay the strife. In the west of England it was seldom that absolute quiet prevailed. Although the Duke of York was strong on the Welsh march around Ludlow, yet further south in the Severn Valley the cause of King Henry had a good following. Jasper Tudor, son of Queen Catherine's second marriage, and therefore half-brother to Henry VI, was Earl of Pembroke. His family had strong local influence, as Henry VII found 30 years later when he landed at Milford Haven. But at this time there was a small war going on between the Earl of Richmond, Edmund Tudor, brother of the Earl of Pembroke, and a Welsh chieftain whose name was reported as Griffith Suo. This tumult was more than a mere local trouble. It seems to have involved the causes of Lancaster and York, for nearly a year later, May 1st, 1457, fighting was still going on. The head of the rebellion being now Sir William Herbert, a determined Yorkist, who subsequently gained for himself the earldom of Pembroke after Jasper Tudor had been attainted. But the presence of the king and queen at Hereford seems to have had a salutary effect, and to have brought about a pacification with the rebellious Herbert. Yet it was not merely in the outlying parts of the country that the din of arms was still heard. The Commons of Kent, as they were wont, are not well disposed, for there is in doing among them whatever it be. Something was evidently threatened in Kent, where the king's party was unpopular, but for the time it came to nothing. In London, however, a real fight arose. The cause was not political but economic. The Lombards, or Italian merchants, from the great commercial republics of Venice and Florence, did much business in the city, as may be judged from the present name of Lombard Street, with its long tradition of banking and of staple business enterprise. But in the 15th century the chief business of the Italian merchants in London lay probably in wool, of which commodity they acted as brokers on a large scale for the needs of the countries round the Mediterranean. Their cities, especially Venice, still held the gorgeous East in fee, for although the Turk had now captured Constantinople (1453), the alternative route from the east round the Cape of Good Hope had not yet been discovered. The wines of the Mediterranean countries, still more the silks and spices of Asia, were carried by the Italian cities. Western Europe stood permanently in their debt. Accordingly, the commercial resources of the Italian merchants were enormous, their influence correspondingly great. But in the Middle Ages foreigners were never popular in England. First the prosperous Jews, then the opulent Italian merchants, were regarded with bitter jealousy by the merchants at home. For although their interests were ultimately the same, although the commanding position of the city, its riches, and its long history of honourable economic life would have been impossible without these foreigners, their enterprise, their capital, their connections, yet this truth was not always within the narrower purview of individual interests. And between individuals just causes of friction are always arising, and affect what would otherwise be the common interests of two interdependent classes. So in the years of peace between the first battle of St. Albans and the renewal of the war at Blore Heath, there was serious friction. A great hurling, an English chronicler calls it, between the mercers of London, who dealt in cloth, and the resident Lombards, who dealt in cloth and wool. The forces which should have kept order, the mayor and the aldermen, were on the side of the mercers. So the Lombards were badly treated, some of them being seized and put in prison, while others for their safety left London and settled in Southampton and Winchester, where in their opulent way they leased old mansions, causing the landlords to spend much in repairs. But Henry summoned the chief mercer, William Cantelo, to appear before him and the council at Coventry. Canteleu was forthwith arrested at the king's command, and imprisoned by Lord Dudley in Dudley Castle. So it would seem that in the judgment of the council, which was not likely to favour them, justice was on the side of the Lombards. Therefore those who had prepared to migrate from London to Winchester found it unnecessary to do so, and the leases which they had taken of the old mansions were cancelled. Accordingly, the landlords who had made great repairs in their mansions for the newcomers were left to face a loss. When the court moved up to London, a collision which would have renewed the Wars of the Roses at once was with difficulty averted. A great council was summoned for November 1457. The Duke of York and the Earl of Salisbury came and abode in London. The Lancastrian chiefs were also to the fore. The Duke of Somerset, the Earl of Northumberland with his son Lord Egremont, taking up lodgings between Temple Bar and Westminster. Their retainers filled all the houses around St. Giles' Church. They were, it was believed, deliberately massing themselves for an attack on the Duke of York and his party. The Earl of Warwick hastened over from Calais to help the Duke and his father. But the Londoners had no desire that a sanguinary battle should be fought in the heart of their city. So the mayor, Geoffrey Boleyn, collected a strong force from the citizens, and showed so firm a determination to prevent any breach of the peace that no rising took place. It is significant that when civil war did break out again in September 1459, it was in the turbulent and remote Welsh March, where an orderly municipal life like that of the Londoners was almost unknown. The period between the first outbreak of civil war at St. Albans in 1455 and the second great outbreak at Blore Heath in 1459 was indeed one of comparative peace and order, one of the best periods of Henry VI's reign. And yet, as has been indicated, the control exercised by the government was weak, and breaches of the king's peace were by no means unknown. Nor were the frontiers of the kingdom kept inviolate, in spite of the activity shown by the Earl of Warwick as captain of Calais. The King of England was no longer lord of the narrow seas. A not unnatural reaction from the English invasions of France in the 100 Years' War is seen in French raids on the coast of Kent. An obnoxious feature of the period is the attitude of Queen Margaret, who was secretly in communication with the French invaders. A great raid was made upon Sandwich on August 28, 1457. The leaders were Pierre de Bresse or de Breze, Seigneur de Warenne and Seneschal of Normandy, and Robert de Floquet, Bailly of Evreux. They were said to have come at the invitation of Queen Margaret. These two, with some other Norman lords, left Harfleur on the 25th with 4,000 men and good supply of artillery. They cruised along the coasts of Sussex and Kent, but found no favourable place for landing till they came to a spot 6 miles from Sandwich. On Sunday, August 28th, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the seneschal landed with 800 men, and marshalling them in 3 companies, he set out on foot, the ships as much as possible keeping in touch with him from the sea. The only difficulty which the French at first found in their march was the badness of the road. The English government, by its apathy or feebleness, seemed to have done everything else that was necessary to make their journey easy. But shortly afterward they found some real opposition, when the way was barred by a ditch filled with water, and a bulwark made from the earth thrown up out of the ditch. After a sharp fight, the bulwark was taken, the defenders made off to Sandwich, and the French continued their march without troubling to take the precaution which they had hitherto observed of keeping a guard in advance and in the rear. Arriving at Sandwich, they were harassed by the firing of guns from a great carrack and 3 ships of war which the townsmen had manned in the harbour. But on the Seneschal of Normandy sending word to them that he would burn their ships unless they stopped firing, they did so, and remained quietly on the ships and ceased to annoy the Frenchmen. The Seneschal then issued strict orders among his men that the property of churches should be respected, that no woman should be molested, that nothing should be set on fire, and that no one should be killed in cold blood. These orders are said to have been honourably carried out. The French then entered the town, and their ships made their way into the harbour. This part of their work was easy, but once inside the town they had several hours of hard fighting, the townspeople strenuously contesting every street, and being driven from one only to offer an equally valiant resistance in another. The narrow winding streets, with the high close-packed houses of a medieval town, offered splendid opportunities for this sort of defence, compared with the great squares and broad straight streets of modern towns, which are constructed in this way partly to make any sort of irregular warfare on the part of the citizens impossible. By 5 o'clock the French were becoming exhausted. Many of their men were wounded, although none, it appears, slain. The men of Sandwich had many wounded too, and a few slain. Reinforcements were continually dropping in from the country around, and no doubt many more would have come had people seriously believed that the French had landed in England. When informed of the invasion, people said they would believe it when they saw it. Accordingly, they came, and were convinced when they found themselves skirmishing against the enemy. About 5 o'clock the French leaders, considering that the fighting had not slackened at all, and that their men were not in the best condition, owing to the discomfort caused by the crossing by bad seas, gave the order to retire. So they retreated to their ships without serious loss, except for 9 men, who with 3 others were holding a wicket upon a bridge against the English, when the planks gave way, and the 9 men were plunged into the water and drowned. Some others had got intoxicated with the good wine they found, but they were got away to the ships without mishap. So on Sunday evening the French sailed back to the point at which they had originally landed, and near where their reserves were lying at sea. There they remained all Monday, much annoyed by a cannon which the English kept continually firing off at them from the shore, but no one molested them from the sea. On Tuesday they sailed back to Harfleur, taking with them the 3 great ships of war which they had captured in Sandwich harbour. When they reached Harfleur, the prisoners, whose possible ransoms were a marketable commodity, were put up to auction, and all the booty taken was divided among the leaders and men, each one receiving his proper share. The expedition had been well managed, and had come at a time when the coast of England, except for the courage of the local inhabitants, was quite undefended. Such raids, though not unknown previously in English history, only came when the government was very weak, as in the earlier years of Richard II. And Henry IV. Next year, 1458, the Earl of Warwick, who was already captain of Calais, was appointed admiral in place of the Duke of Exeter, who was compensated for his loss with £1,000 out of the Hanaper and Chancery. The change was entirely for the better. The vigour of the new admiral soon made itself felt. Calais all this time was continually threatened with a siege from the French, or more often from the Duke of Burgundy, who regarded Calais as being his by rights. The victualling of the town was badly administered, but Warwick had done much to remedy this defect by appealing for supplies to the patriotism of the men of Canterbury and Sandwich. A successful sally was made into the Boulogne with 800 men, and some valuable cargoes of Gascon wine were captured in ships. In the same year, on May 28, 1458, the Earl set out from Calais harbour with a squadron of 12 ships, 5 large ships of forecastle, 3 carvels, and 4 pinnaces, to meet 28 sail of the Spaniards, who were reported to be not far off. The Spanish fleet included 16 great ships of forecastle against Warwick's 5. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the 29th he met the enemy, and at once engaged them in one of the hardest, although not one of the longest, of England's sea fights. John Jerningham, one of Warwick's officers, at the very beginning boarded a Spanish ship of 300 tons and took it with 23 men. But in turn he himself was captured and remained a prisoner for 6 hours. In the end After a battle the like of which had not been seen for 40 winters, the Spaniards were defeated with a loss of 6 ships captured, 240 men killed, and 500 wounded. The English lost 80 men and 200 wounded. This battle did much to regain for England control of the narrow seas, and especially it gave the Earl of Warwick that commanding position at Calais and on the sea which had so momentous a result for the Yorkist cause in the next few years. A short while after this battle against the Spaniards, he set upon a fleet of merchantmen from Lübeck, which refused to lower its colours to the English flag. He captured 17 large and several smaller vessels laden with salt. War with Scotland was only avoided owing to the instability of English policy. A significant feature about the government at this time is that it seems to have had no definite representative for foreign affairs. The brief second protectorate of the Duke of York came to an end on February 25th, 1456. And yet, just 5 months after this, he is found sending a dispatch, almost an ultimatum, in the name of the royal government to the Scottish king, who had renounced the truce made in 1453. Evidently the Duke, although holding no special office, was still an official mouthpiece of the government. The message which he sent was very sharp and vigorous, and made it clear that the peace of the English frontier was not likely to be broken. This dispatch was followed next month, in August, by another from the Duke to James II. In this, Richard pointed out that the Scots king, having disregarded the last message, and having invaded the north of England, would now have to face a regular war at the hands of the Duke of York, acting for Henry VI. This was the proper way to act. Never to threaten without following up the threats if disregarded with deeds. But just at this critical point, the policy of the government suddenly changed, and another dispatch was hastily sent to the Scottish king, cancelling the last, and declaring that the announcement of war had been sent without the king's authority. Whether this was true or not, it is equally discreditable to the organization of the government, and eloquent of the way in which foreign affairs were mismanaged at this time. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Wars of the Roses by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 8. The Battle of Blore Heath and the Attainder of the Yorkists. For 2 years following the great reconciliation at St. Paul's, March 25th, 1458, England had a very varied history. First, there came 18 months of outward peace, when affairs drifted on without any catastrophe. Then came an open battle in the land, with some thousands engaged on either side, September 23rd, 1459, at Blore Heath, in the county of Stafford. And finally, the kingdom was for a time actually dismembered, England remaining under Henry VI, Ireland offering a safe refuge to the outlawed Duke of York, and Calais being held as a small but warlike sea state by the Earl of Warwick. At the end of this time, July 2nd, 1460, the Yorkists from their strong base at Calais came back to England to pursue a long, though not uninterrupted, career of victory. During these 2 years the figure of the Earl of Warwick stands out in bold relief. His vigour, ability, mental and physical vitality shed a light of romance and adventure over the political quarrels of the time. As Admiral of the Seas, though repudiated by the king, his fame was sufficient to attract the best sailors of England to his flag. As captain of Calais, he kept the city free from French and Burgundian alike, a safe refuge for all his fugitive friends. Royal ships, royal officers came against him in vain. They were met before they left the soil of England, and they were carried off in triumph to Calais. When he himself replied by recrossing the narrow seas to England, he found the way open to London almost with a triumphal progress. The year 1458 would have ended quietly for the country but for an unfortunate fray in London, which might have cost the Earl of Warwick his life. He had been attending a council at Westminster, apparently to give an account of his naval exploits, especially of his attack on some Lubeck merchantmen. As he was leaving the palace and going towards his barge, a fight began between one of his followers and a servant of the court. The fight became general between Warwick's men and members of the royal household, and it was with the utmost difficulty that the Earl fought his way to his barge and escaped by water with his men. It has been suspected that this fray was deliberately planned by the Lancastrian leaders in order to get rid of the great Earl. Warwick did not feel himself safe till he had got back to his stronghold at Calais. But the Yorkists who were left behind in England did not feel themselves safe. Warwick, before going back to Calais, had time to visit his father and the Duke of York. Together they had begun to concert measures for their safety and for checking the party which was in the ascendancy at court, but they agreed that no violence was to be offered to the person of the king. The Queen and her friends meanwhile prepared for war. Thus it is impossible to say which side was responsible for the outbreak of hostilities in September 1459, for each had been making preparations all through the year. The journeys of the court in the western counties in the previous 2 years had not been without effect. The Queen was now found to have quite a large party in her favour in the county of Chester, and also, it seems, in Hereford and Gloucester. Many of the gentlemen of Chester had accepted the livery, or rather the badge, of the young Prince Edward, a silver swan, and thus had bound themselves to his cause. It was even rumoured that the Queen had proposed that King Henry should abdicate the throne in favour of her son, but this would have been the most foolish of moves, for no one objected to the king, but only to his wife and her friends. The king was not inactive. In April he was sending out privy seals to all the gentlemen whom he judged faithful to be present at Leicester on May 10th. But nothing seems to have come of this assembly. It was in the next 2 months that the Queen was so active, giving badges in the county of Chester. The Duke of York seems to have been living at Ludlow, where he had a strong castle, much property, and many friends and tenants. The Earl of Salisbury was in the north at Middleham in Yorkshire. The Earl of Warwick was at Calais, from which in September he is said to have made another successful descent upon a fleet of Spanish and Genoese merchantmen. The 3 great Yorkist chiefs kept as far as possible in communication with each other. As each side was collecting armed forces and each distrusted the other, it is immaterial to discuss who moved first. Early in September the Earl of Salisbury moved southwards from Middleham with 3,000 men to join the Duke of York at Ludlow. The king and queen had also strong forces in hand. The king was at Worcester with a body of men. Lord Audley was further north raising the militia and gentlemen of Chester and Shrewsbury, with a commission from the king to arrest the Earl of Salisbury. He met the Earl on September 23rd on Blore Heath in Staffordshire, and a sharp battle ensued. The Yorkists were outnumbered by 3 to 1, but the wooded nature of the country was favourable to defence. They took up a position with a wood on one flank, on the other they formed a barricade with their carts and baggage. Behind, to guard against a rear attack, they had dug a trench, and in front they planted stakes, after the manner of England. The battle was vigorously contested from 1 o'clock till 5. Then, after Lord Audley had lost his life, the Lancastrian forces gave way, and the Earl's men were left in possession of the field. But their position was by no means secure. Their victory had only given them a respite. A fresh royal army was not far off, the Queen with one portion being only 5 miles distant at Eccleshall, and the king with the rest only 10 miles away. The Earl of Salisbury dared not stay at Blore Heath that night, lest he should be overwhelmed by the combined royal forces in the morning. On the other hand, if he left the field at once and continued his way to Ludlow, he would be followed by the resolute Queen, and caught at an even greater disadvantage than if he stayed on the field. As it happened, however, his retreat was cleverly concealed from the royal leaders, who imagined him to be spending the night after the battle on the field. In the evening he made off as quietly as he could with his forces, leaving his artillery behind him, and an Austin friar, who stayed too, kept firing off the guns all that night, so that the Lancastrians thought the earl's men were still encamped there. On the morning of the 24th, the royal forces advanced to Blore Heath and found it empty, save for the friar. And when they demanded of him what he did there, he said he had stayed in the field all night because he was afraid to leave it. Evidently the friar, who had been holding off 15,000 men all night, had a sense of humour as well as great courage. So the Earl of Salisbury with his men reached Ludlow safely. The eagles were gathering together, for the Earl of Warwick soon came up too. Leaving his father's brother, Lord Fauconberg, in command of Calais, he had embarked for England, having on board with him 200 lances or men-at-arms and 400 archers. He landed in Kent, where many men joined his standard, and so he passed on to London, where he was always a popular figure. He could have held London for the Duke of York, for all the king's men were with the king and queen in Staffordshire, but he pressed on through the Midlands, passing near Coventry at Coleshill. The Duke of Somerset was in Coventry with a body of men, but the two luckily did not meet. Warwick was able to pursue his way unchallenged to Ludlow, where he found his father and the Duke of York. King Henry was still in the field with large forces, but although his position was strong, he did not wish civil war to go further, so he sent an offer of pardon and peace to the Yorkist lords at Ludlow. To this they replied that they had already experienced the futility of such pardons, owing to the bad counsellors who surrounded him, and they specially called attention to the fact that they themselves had been consistently left out of the council, and that the Earl of Warwick, not long before this, when called by Privy Seal to the council at Westminster, had been set upon and had nearly lost his life. They reiterated their respect for the king's person. On receiving this answer, Henry, displeased at the reception of his offer, set his forces in motion at once. When he drew near to Ludlow, he received another letter from the Yorkist lords, testifying to their respect for his person and their freedom from any desire to injure him. In proof of this, they said they had retired from one place to another, from shire to shire, in order to avoid a conflict. Now they found themselves in the extreme west, and there was no other place they could retreat to with honour. So they humbly waited the king's arrival, hoping it would be peaceful. It is very difficult at this point to apportion praise or blame to either side. The Yorkists felt they could not safely disband so long as the king gave his confidence to the Duke of Somerset, the Earl of Wiltshire, the Duke of Exeter, and others whom they believed to be their personal enemies. Nor could Henry, if he was to justify himself as a king at all, meekly send away his forces and receive the Duke of York and the earls on their own terms. A simultaneous disbandment of troops on each side would perhaps have been a satisfactory preliminary to a peace conference and settlement, but by this time all confidence was gone from each party. When things have got into such a condition of uncertainty and distrust, there seems no way left but to fight it out to the end. As it turned out, the king controlled the situation. He had two great advantages. In the first place, he was king. All his subjects owed allegiance to him, and if they fought against him, they fought with an uneasy mind. In the second place, he had real power. The Lancastrian state was weak because its head was weak, but for once Henry had shown real vigour. For some months now he had been campaigning with great courage and firmness, so he had called out the latent strength which is ready in any country for the king who acts firmly. The Duke of York had made a fortified camp at Ludford, behind the river Teme near Ludlow. He had dug a ditch, supplied with water from the river, and he had strengthened it with a line of carts and of stakes. Behind this his artillery was drawn up, ready to play upon the royal forces. The two armies faced each other on either side of the river on October 12th, with about half a mile between them. but no fighting took place that day. The king had it proclaimed that a pardon should be granted to anyone who should come over to the royal presence and implore his mercy. The news circulated in the camp of the Yorkists. During the night a large defection took place under Andrew Trollope, one of Warwick's men who had lately come from Calais with the earl. With Trollope there left most of the men-at-arms who had come from Calais. The earl probably had taken the least trustworthy with him when he left the town, leaving those who were devoted to him to safeguard Calais behind him. The duke saw that he had no chance. It is said that the king had 30,000 fully armed men, besides naked, unarmoured men, who were compelled for to come with the king. It is unlikely that the Duke of York, especially after Trollope's desertion, had more than 4,000 or 5,000. Before the night was over, the Yorkists broke up their camp and withdrew under cover of darkness. There seems to have been practically no fighting, except for a certain amount of cannonading from the Duke's camp. Finding in the morning that the Yorkists had escaped, the king's army passed on and sacked the town of Ludlow. They also spoiled other small towns of that district which were on the estate of the Duke of York. After this the royal army made its way back to Worcester, and there the king, having taken the advice of his council, gave notice that Parliament would meet at Coventry on November 20th to consider what means should be taken with regard to the late troubles. Meanwhile the Yorkist leaders were making their way out of the country as best they could. The Duke of York, with a small party including his second son Edmund, Earl of Rutland and of Ulster, was fleeing through Wales, breaking the bridges behind him as he went, so as to make his retreat safe. He obtained a passage to Ireland, and arrived there probably at Dublin, where the nobles and officials who had known him in his former days as Lord Lieutenant received him with reverence, goodwill, and affection, as one for whose promised return they had long been waiting with eagerness and expectation. Warwick and Salisbury, with York's eldest son Edward, Earl of March, and another Yorkist, Sir John Wenlock, who had been Speaker of the Commons in 1455, made their way southwards into Devonshire, hoping to obtain a passage to Calais. In Devon, by the help of a local gentleman, Sir John Denham, they purchased a small vessel, and engaging the services of a few sailors, embarked for some port, apparently on the south coast. But the sailors knew nothing more than the coasting routes. On hearing this, the noblemen stood aghast, but Warwick bade them be comforted, saying that with the help of God and St. George he would lead them to a port of safety. And so, taking the tiller himself, he gave orders that the sail should be raised. The wind was favourable, and thus he steered the vessel to Guernsey. There they waited till the wind again was favourable. After 8 days fortune favoured them, and they were able to sail to Calais, where Lord Fauconberg with the garrison received them joyfully. The campaign, if such it might be called, of Blore Heath and Ludford had an appropriate epilogue in the Parliament which met at Coventry on November 20th, and attainted the Yorkist lords. To the Upper House the whole peerage was summoned, except the Duke of York, the Earls of Salisbury and Warwick, and Lord Clinton. Most of the peers who generally belonged to the Duke of York's party, such as the Duke of Norfolk, Lord Bonville, Lord Stourton, had not taken part in the recent insurrection, and so were not afraid to attend the Parliament. The knights of the shire were in many cases simply nominated by the great Lancastrian lords, and returned by the sheriffs without election. Parliament therefore offered no obstacle to the policy of the king's party. A bill of attainder was brought in, recounting the unconstitutional acts of the Duke of York from the time of Jack Cade's insurrection. The chief men attainted were York, Salisbury, Warwick, Thomas and John, brothers of Warwick, captured, as it seems, at Ludford, 2 sons of Lord Berkshire, Lord Clinton, Lord Grey of Powys, a number of Yorkist knights, and Alice, Countess of Salisbury. The king reserved to himself the right of pardon, and as a matter of fact no one suffered execution. The only great peer attainted who was actually in the king's power was Lord Grey of Powys. He, having voluntarily come over and submitted himself to the king's grace, was pardoned in respect of his life, but his property was forfeited. The Duchess of York, who had submitted herself to the king's grace, was given into the charge of the Duke of Buckingham, whose wife was her own sister. This rising, therefore, was not marked by any slaughter in cold blood, such as followed the later battles. The chief offenders were out of reach. Many of the minor offenders had come before the king in their shirts with halters about their necks, and these were pardoned in life and limb. The rest who figured in the bill of attainder were likewise pardoned. Before Parliament dissolved, as it did within 1 month of meeting, an oath of allegiance to the king was taken by the assembled lords, spiritual and temporal, along with an additional oath that they would defend the young Prince Edward's right to the throne. In less than 1 year this last oath was formally to be broken. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Wars of the Roses by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 9. The Yorkists in Exile. For just over 8 months the Yorkist lords ate the bread of exile, and although at times they longed to see once more the smoke rising from their own hearths, yet their condition was by no means unfortunate. For although in exile, yet in a sense they were at home. They saw many English faces around them. They lived under the English flag. It was only a narrow sea that separated them from their own land. On a clear day they might almost see the coast of England. They had many friends there from whom came constant words of encouragement. A flying visit to England itself was not impossible for the exiles. From such a visit, which they made in force and fully armed, they did not return empty-handed. Nor were they in any poverty, for though exiles, they successfully governed the countries in which they settled, and the rewards of government were theirs. Strategically, their position was excellent. They commanded the vulnerable points of England from 2 sides. The Duke of York held the English Pale around Dublin. The Earl of Warwick held Calais and a great part of the English Pale there. With his naval power he practically commanded the sea. The foreign trade routes in and out of England were thus at the Yorkists' disposal. By their frown they could throttle English commerce. By their favour they could guard it and leave it free to flourish. As the exiled house of Godwin in the days of Edward the Confessor, from Flanders and from Ireland, was master of the situation, so too the return of the Yorkists was merely a question of time. The Duke of York, when he went to Ireland, was returning to his own again. It was not merely that 10 years earlier he had been a successful and popular Lord Lieutenant, one for whose return his people had always hoped. His connection with Ireland was older than this. The roots of his family were planted generations before. His mother, Anne Mortimer, the heiress of the House of March, was the great-granddaughter of Elizabeth de Burgh, who had brought the earldom of Ulster and great estates there by her marriage with Lionel of Clarence. Richard of York, therefore, besides being a great English lord, was a great Irish lord too, by birth, by property, by personal service. His second son, Edmund, an attractive young man, one of the best disposed lords in this land, was Earl of Ulster as well as of Rutland, and it was perhaps for this reason that York took Edmund to Ireland with him after the rout at Ludford, while his eldest son Edward went to Calais. Richard must have reached Dublin about the middle of October 1459, or a little later. He was received at once as the legitimate lord and governor by the Englishry in the Pale. He at once set himself to the business of administration. The people of the Pale were glad of his presence, for during these years the government in England was too distracted to attend to Irish affairs. One of the chief friends of the Queen was James Butler, Earl of Ormond and of Wiltshire, who had been made treasurer on October 30th, 1458. His presence on the Lancastrian side was enough to ensure for the Duke of York the support of the great Anglo-Norman family of Fitzgerald, always enemies of the Butlers. His 8 months' stay in Ireland seems to have been prosperous. The government in England knew little about his doings, except that he was at Dublin, strengthened by his earls and homagers. The only effort the king made to dislodge him was to direct letters under the Privy Seal to the native chieftains, urging them to invade the Pale and to carry on war against the English there. This policy of stirring up the perpetual enemies of English power in Ireland, and of bringing into the Pale the horrors of an Irish invasion, was not likely to win any approval for the Lancastrian cause among the more stable elements of English society there. However, the weak, reckless, and cruel policy of the king was ineffective, for the Duke of York showed himself quite capable of defending the Pale. He called a parliament which, we are told, passed many new statutes. He carried on the mint, and struck a new kind of groat, which had a crown upon the one side and a cross upon the other. When Warwick, sometime in March or April 1460, came from Calais by ship to visit Richard in Ireland, he found the Duke able to give him a good reception. The two together had leisure to arrange a plan for their return to England, which took place successfully at the end of June in the same year, 1460. While the Duke of York was successful in Ireland, the Earl of Warwick was in no less prosperous exile in Calais. The Pale, as it was called, the last great continental possession of England, was a district of about 20 square miles, strongly protected, not merely by its great fortresses, Calais, Guisnes, Ham, but by an elaborate series of pools, canals, and waterways which would impede the advance of any invading army, and render the invaders subject to destruction by sudden flooding of the country. The town of Calais itself was eminently defensible. On the land side were its strong walls and towers, its pools and waterways. From the sea the approaches were equally difficult, partly owing to natural obstacles, partly owing to the strong harbour fortifications like the Tower of Rispunk, situated on a small island over against the town. But the strong towers and walls were not sufficient to preserve any place. There must be men and ships, and the means of obtaining them, that is, wealth. In this respect Calais was not deficient. In more ancient days a quiet little town depending for support on the herring fishery, it was now the great commercial market of England in foreign parts. The powerful company of the Staple had a monopoly of the export trade of England in wool, and the wealthy merchants of Flanders came to Calais for their dealings. Upon wool passing through Calais the government levied a duty, and although the duty was frequently evaded, the government could generally count upon raising a sum of about £20,000 each year. This was not always sufficient to pay the heavy expenses incidental to the upkeep of the garrison and fortresses of the Pale, yet it was a considerable sum for the 15th century. And so the Earl of Warwick, by his control of Calais and of the Channel, could tap some of the stream of wealth which flowed through these parts, and which could easily contribute something in return for his powerful protection. Warwick was still governor of Calais in fact, but he was no longer so in law. Before the rout of Ludford, the Duke of Somerset was appointed captain of Calais. About the same time the Duke of Exeter was given the admiralty of the seas. But when Warwick and his friends, escaping from England, sailed with their small ship into Calais haven toward the end of October, they found no difficulties in their way. Warwick still held the town as captain, still could sweep the narrow seas as admiral. The Duke of Somerset followed as soon as he could to vindicate his position, but he found Warwick had been before him. Before he left England, Somerset sent a herald in advance to announce his coming and to prepare his entrance. The herald was just too late. He arrived upon the very evening of the day upon which Warwick had sailed into Calais and been so warmly received. The herald returned to England and informed Somerset. The Duke was much disturbed at the news, and swore that he would soon bring Calais back into subjection. So he set off with a small squadron of ships, designing, on the advice of Andrew Trollope, the old turncoat officer of Warwick, to make his first attempt upon Guisnes. He landed at Ouessant with the men of his own ship, but owing to the strong wind that had been blowing during the passage, the rest of his ships got separated from him and found themselves off the port of Calais. The news which the herald had brought on the eve of their departure, that Warwick was in possession of Calais, was doubtless in the sailors' minds, and doubtless some of them were not unwilling that the wind should blow hard and drive them into Calais haven. Somerset and his followers, however, made their way on foot to Guisnes, and took up their lodging in the town beneath the walls of the strong castle. Then Andrew Trollope, who was well known to the garrison, having himself held the position of Grand Porter of Calais, approached the castle and told the garrison how the king had appointed the rich Duke of Somerset to be captain of Calais and Guisnes, and had banished the Earl of Warwick as a traitor. When the Constable of Guisnes heard this, and saw with Trollope many of the former soldiers of Calais, who had changed sides with the Grand Porter before the rout of Ludford, he decided to admit the Duke. So Somerset fortified himself in the castle of Guisnes, and although with insufficient forces, made many valiant attacks upon the position of his successful rival Warwick. The Duke indeed had need of all his courage, as one disaster after another met him. The first news that came to his ears after he had established himself in Guisnes was that the rest of his ships, which had separated themselves from him on the way over from England, had arrived at Calais, taking all his baggage and warlike stores with them, and carrying also the Lord Audley, one of the Duke's men, whose father had been killed at Blore Heath. The ships cast anchor in Calais harbour, and soon the Earl of Warwick came out to them, asking what they brought. Then one of the captains, the master of the ship the Trinity, spoke up and said they had brought harness and horses, knowing that the Earl would be much pleased with them. On receiving this reply, Warwick had the cargo discharged, and the men brought into the town, and a further question put to them. They were asked what was their desire. They said to serve the king. On receiving this answer, the Earl divided the men into two lots, the first containing those who had previously been in his service and had sworn to be faithful to him, the other lot consisting of men who had entered into no obligations toward him. These last were dismissed with the words that they should loyally serve the king, meaning probably that they might enter the Earl's service. The others were taken to prison for the night, and next morning taken out and beheaded before the earls and all the people for having broken their oath. When Somerset heard how his men had been thus treated, he was full of wrath, and he swore he would be avenged. He led out his troops and had many sharp skirmishes with the men of Warwick in the marshy land between Calais and Guisnes. So matters stood through the remaining part of the year 1459. At the end of the year Warwick was still unconquered, and even had a strong party in Kent, and one of his ships was actually lying in the harbour of Sandwich. At the beginning of January 1460, Richard Woodville, Lord Rivers, and his son Anthony were sent down by the king with a body of men to Sandwich to clear that town of Warwick's partisans and to capture the Earl's ship. Lord Rivers easily entered Sandwich and held the town and harbour. Warwick was informed of all this by a gentleman, a follower of the Earl of March, but now nominally in Lord Rivers' service, who had been sent over in a small carvel to make a reconnaissance on Calais. The Earl learned from this useful servant that Lord Rivers might be surprised, and the ship recovered, for the men of Sandwich would never take arms against the Earl's men. So an expedition was fitted out with 300 men under the adventurous John Denham, the same who had helped Warwick to escape from England. They sailed over to Sandwich, and waiting for a favourable tide, toward evening entered the harbour disguised as merchantmen carrying wood. Denham and his men landed, and at the same time some small disturbance took place in the town. As Sir Anthony Woodville was hurriedly making his way from his lodging, carrying his breastplate on his arm, to the friar's house where his father was staying, he was suddenly accosted by 12 men who asked him qui vive, and with that they gave him a blow which almost killed him. Then they recognized Sir Anthony and asked him where his father was, so they made their way to the friars and captured Lord Rivers too. The citizens of Sandwich received them joyfully for love of the Earl of Warwick. Thus the expedition recovered the Earl's ship, and then with their prisoners sailed back to Calais. Lord Rivers and his son were put in confinement in the castle at Calais, where they found a fellow prisoner already there, the Lord Audley. Warwick had shown himself stern and relentless in dealing with the soldiers who had broken their oath to him. He and the Earls of March and Salisbury, who were with him, had a personal grievance against the Woodvilles, father and son, who had helped to attaint them as traitors. However, the cruel practice of killing noble prisoners after battle was not yet begun. The Woodvilles only had to submit to some ungentlemanly taunts, which were all the worse as being spoken to captives who could hardly reply. First of all, Lord Rivers was rated by the Earl of Salisbury, who called him a knave's son for being so rude as to say the Earls were traitors. Then the Earl of Warwick rated him and said his father was only a squire, brought up with King Henry V, and raised by his marriage and made a lord. Then Edward, the Earl of March, had his turn, and he rated Lord Rivers likewise. After that the three earls returned to the son, Sir Anthony, and rated him in the same manner. It is not said that the Woodvilles made any answer. The irony of the situation lies in the fact that only a few years later Edward, Earl of March, as King Edward IV, was glad to become the son-in-law of this same Lord Rivers, whose birth he so despised, and on his deathbed it was to the faithful Anthony Rivers that he confided his two sons, and Anthony lost his life for trying to protect them from Edward's own brother Richard. Warwick's position in Calais improved every day. His ships in the Channel brought in much spoil to him and to the men of Calais. It is true, the Duke of Somerset, maintaining an active and irritating warfare from Guisnes, prevented supplies of food coming in from the rest of the Pale, but by an arrangement with the friendly Duke Philip of Burgundy, Warwick was able to ensure a sufficiency of supplies for hard cash. Adventurous spirits came out of England and joined the Earl's forces. In London the King's government had to take exceptional measures, and in February they hanged Richard Neville, a lawyer of the Temple, and 8 London merchants who were attempting to get away to Calais, carrying bowstrings and pointed arrows with them. Their heads were set up on London Bridge in their quarters upon the gates of the city. Such extreme measures only helped to make smoother the return of the Earl. The Duke of Somerset was still making war from Guisnes, but on April 23rd he received a severe defeat at Newnham Bridge, on one of the main waterways of the Pale. It was about this time, in the month before Easter, that Warwick, seeing how events were all moving in favour of the Yorkists, made his visit to the Duke of York in Ireland to concert a plan for a descent upon England. The Earl left the other lords, March, Salisbury, and Fauconberg, to guard Calais. The Duke of York was glad to see him, having had no certain news of his friend's movements since the flight from Ludford. These two leaders then agreed that an attempt should be made to push their fortunes in England. Warwick from Calais was to land in Kent, where he knew he had many good friends. The Duke of York would land in the north of Wales and make his way through his own estates on the march into the Midlands. A few days before Easter, Warwick left Ireland for Calais, taking with him his mother, the Countess of Salisbury, who, while in exile with the Duke of York in Ireland, had been attainted of treason in the Parliament of Coventry, 1459. The Earl's voyage was known to the Lancastrian government, and the Duke of Exeter, the new admiral, had been specially commissioned to intercept him. The Duke, in a large ship of war called La Grace-Dieu, with 2 large carracks and several other well-armed ships, 14 in all, lay off the coast of Cornwall. But Warwick, like a prudent admiral, had a small carvel named La Touque, sailing well in front of his squadron to act as a scout, and to give notice of any sign of an enemy. Thus it was that just about the time of Easter, as they were all sailing along making a good voyage, the men on the Carvel scout saw well ahead a great ship. The scout then informed Warwick's chief captain, whose ship was furthest advanced. The captain signalled the news to the Earl, and all the ships were ordered to draw close together until they should know whether the strange ship was a friend or foe. At the same time the Carvel scout came upon a fishing boat and learned from the fishermen that the strange ship belonged to the Duke of Exeter. These were then taken to the Earl's ship and brought before Warwick, to whom they gave a particular account of the Duke's fleet. The Earl called his captains to consider what should be done. With one accord they advised him to fight. So the ships were got ready for action, and the captains began to manoeuvre in order to come down with the wind behind them upon the Duke's fleet. But the enemy did not wait for this. When the Duke of Exeter saw Warwick's fleet beginning to bear down upon him, he gave orders to retire. His fleet sailed back to Dartmouth. Warwick triumphantly continued his voyage to Calais. The reason for the Duke's sudden retreat was, most probably, that he could not trust his sailors, however strong in numbers, to fight their former admiral. The name of Warwick worked like magic among the seamen. Meanwhile, the Duke of Somerset was still maintaining an almost daily warfare from Guisnes. The home government resolved to make one more attempt to support him. A force of 500 men were collected and put under the command of Osbert Mountford, an officer of much experience who had served in the French wars and knew the Pale thoroughly. Mountford with his men were sent down to Sandwich in June, to be conveyed across the Straits. The fate of Lord Rivers' expedition was forgotten, or else it was thought that, having succeeded once, Warwick would not think it possible to bring off another surprise. However, the unexpected happened. Sir John Denham, the hero of the previous dash upon Sandwich, crossed the Straits with a chosen band, including Sir John Wenlock, and entering Sandwich, dispersed the royal forces and took Mountford prisoner. The affair was not quite so easily managed as the previous one, for Mountford and his men offered a stout resistance. Sir John Denham was badly wounded by a cannon shot in the leg. The prisoners were brought back to Calais, and on June 25th Mountford and 2 others were beheaded at Riesbank Tower on the opposite side of the haven from Calais, probably because they had formerly served under Warwick in the garrison, and so were now guilty of breaking their military oath. The time was now ripe for the return of the exiles to England. The Lancastrian government was losing ground every day. The expeditions which they had fitted out had been stopped before they left the country, and arrested on English soil. The great dependencies, Ireland and Calais, were in the hands of the exiles. The only resource left to the home government was to stir up England's enemies. They appealed in Ireland to the native chiefs against York, against the power of England in the Pale. In the other great Pale, that of Calais, the Duke of Somerset, still grimly holding on in Guisnes, could think of no other way to keep out of Warwick's hands than to offer it to the heir of the Duke of Burgundy, Charles, Count of Charolais, known at a later day to history as Charles the Bold. But the Count's father, the prudent Philip the Good, forbade the attempt. Inside England matters were going no better for the Lancastrian government. It was not merely in Sandwich that their authority was flouted. The king and queen knew that Warwick would not be content to stay in Calais, and yet they seem to have taken no special precautions to defend the southeast coast. Indeed, the king had to face more difficulties than he could deal with. Expecting a double attack from Ireland and from Calais, he stayed mainly in the Midlands and concentrated his forces there. Commissions, however, were directed to other shires too, bidding every man to hold himself in readiness to come when the king should send for him. But Judd, the master of the king's ordnance, as he was conveying artillery beyond St. Albans, was slain on June 22nd. The very heart of England was not secure. On June 26th, the day following Mountford's execution at Riesbank, Warwick and the Earl of March and Salisbury left Calais with 2,000 men. With them went the Lord Audley, who had been captured 6 months before and had since learned to follow the Yorkist cause. They found a ready entry into Sandwich, which apparently was already occupied by some of the force which under Sir John Denham had captured Osbert Mountford. The Lancastrian government, without money or reputation, had not maintained the Duke of Exeter's fleet. So the invasion of England offered no other difficulty than that of crossing from Calais to Sandwich. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Wars of the Roses by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 10. The Battle of Northampton. When Warwick and the other two earls came back to England, they came with every chance of success. They knew that in the south east of England at least, public opinion would be on their side. They had already, before leaving Calais, sent to the Archbishop a document stating explicitly the faults of the Lancastrian government. These statements were to a great extent true. The earls mentioned that the Church was oppressed, that the crown revenues were raised in an unequal manner, that the best men were not chosen as the king's advisers, and that England was not safeguarded from her foreign enemies. These charges against the Lancastrian government would find an echo in the hearts of many people. The document, of course, omitted all the points that might be said in favour of the Lancastrian government: the good intentions of the king, the promotion of learning, the endeavour to crush the ambitions of overmighty subjects. Yet, after making all allowances, the fact remains that the kingdom was being ruined for lack of firmness and good counsel at the head. Certain it is that the three earls came back to England with the Church on their side. A legate from Pope Pius II, Francesco Copini, Bishop of Terni, had visited England in 1459 to arrange with Henry VI that England might send representatives to Mantua for a general council of the Church, which was to consider measures for opposing the advance of the Turks upon Europe. But although eminent representatives, lay and clerical, were chosen, they were prevented from going by the troubled condition of England. So the legate was returning to Italy by way of Calais, where he spoke with the Earl of Warwick. Copini had seen the distracted condition of England, and had failed to get help from the Lancastrian government. He now thought that the Earl of Warwick might achieve for him what Henry VI had failed to do. The present Earl's father-in-law, likewise Earl of Warwick and Captain of Calais, had gone 45 years before to the great council at Constance. Perhaps the legate hoped that the present Earl might go to Mantua with equally fortunate results. Anyhow, the legate came back to England with Warwick, who thus might be said to have made his venture under the banner of the universal Church. The Church in England, too, showed itself almost equally favourable. The three earls pursued their way through Kent, from Sandwich to Canterbury, from Canterbury to Rochester, increasing as they went, till when they reached Blackheath their numbers were 20,000 men. At Southwark they were met by William Grey, Bishop of Ely, and George Neville, Warwick's brother, Bishop of Exeter. The bishops had a large following of Londoners. As the combined multitude pressed over the bridge from Southwark to the north side, 300 men who stumbled and fell were crushed to death, unable to rise owing to the weight of their armour and the density of the multitude. Thomas Berchier, Archbishop of Canterbury, with the bishops of London, Lincoln, and Salisbury, was in London too, welcoming the newcomers, when he had received their oath in St. Paul's that they intended nothing against their allegiance to Henry VI. The whole of London was at their disposal, except the Tower, which was held for the king by Lord Scales, along with Lord Lovell, Lord Hungerford, and Thomas Thorpe. Warwick could not stay to besiege the Tower, for the king was drawing toward London through the Midlands with a strong army. On Thursday and Friday, July 3rd and 4th, 1460, conferences were held between the Confederate earls and the civic authorities. Finally it was arranged that the Earl of Salisbury, Lord Cobham, who had joined the earls in Kent, and Sir John Wenlock would remain behind to blockade the Tower, along with forces supplied by the mayor and aldermen. Lord Cobham and one body of citizens under the sheriffs planted artillery against the Tower on the north side. Sir John Wenlock, with another body of citizens under a mercer called John Harrow, planted theirs on the side of St. Catherine's by the river. The garrison of the Tower had artillery too, and a good deal of harm was done on both sides. The besiegers patrolled the river to prevent the garrison having any communications outside, but one day a Yorkist knight was captured on the river by some men of the garrison, and being taken into the Tower, he was broken limb by limb. Meanwhile the Earl of Warwick with a large force had marched out to encounter the king. The army travelled along the Great North Road, gaining some valuable reinforcements as it went. At St. Albans 400 archers from Lancashire joined the main body. The season was rainy, but Warwick, who made a point of moving rapidly, pushed on with the mounted men so as to come near the royal camp as soon as possible, and to prevent men from coming to join the king. On the 8th he was within 6 miles of Northampton, where the royal army was encamped. In 2 days his foot soldiers had joined him. Warwick was accompanied by the spiritual peers who had adopted his side in London. These made an attempt at pacification to avoid the effusion of blood by sending the Bishop of Salisbury to treat with the king. But it is difficult to see what terms he could offer which would have induced both sides to disband their warlike forces and to be at peace. The king could scarcely with any dignity discuss terms with rebels who stood with arms in their hands. The Bishop of Salisbury returned, apparently without having seen the king. So on July 10th, which was a Thursday, Warwick advanced to the attack. Although it is impossible to estimate the numbers correctly, it seems clear that the Yorkist forces were numerically superior. The king's army was strongly encamped in a meadow outside Northampton called the Newfield. This meadow on the south side of the Nen was partially surrounded by the river. Thus the king's army was strongly placed, with the river on 3 sides and an entrenchment in front. Before beginning the battle, Warwick issued an order that in the fight the common soldiers of the enemy should be spared, and that only the lords, knights, and squires, as being responsible for the war, should be slain. Then the attack began. The Yorkist army was in 3 divisions. The first battle was led by Edward, Earl of March, the second or main body by Warwick himself, the third or rear guard by Lord Fauconberg. The division of the Earl of March came up to the entrenchment, which consisted of a ditch and a long mound rendered almost unscalable by stakes and brushwood which had been fixed on it. But at this critical moment, while the men of Edward of March were hesitating to rush at the fosse, Lord Grey of Ruthin, one of the king's men, appeared from within with his company above the mound, stretching out their hands and offering to draw the Yorkists up into the camp. In a moment the Yorkists were over the mound and rushed on, sweeping away the few men who stood there to defend it. The treachery of Lord Grey had really made resistance on the part of the king's men impossible. It is by no means unlikely that Warwick knew what was likely to happen before he entered the battle. In spite of the large numbers engaged on either side, and of the completeness of the victory, there were only 300 killed. Of these, some were killed as they fought, others were drowned either in the ditch or the river as they fled. The Duke of Buckingham, who under the king had been commander of the royal army, was killed standing beside his tent. He was a disinterested man who had gained the respect of all parties, and so was eminently fitted to serve the king. But his ability was not great enough to guide his master through a difficult time. The Earl of Shrewsbury, Lord Beaumont, and Lord Egremont also were slain. The rout offered an opportunity to anyone who had a private enmity to satisfy. Sir William Lucy, who lived beside Northampton, heard the gunshots and came on to the field to help his king when the rout was beginning. But John Stafford, a Yorkist esquire who loved Sir William Lucy's wife, saw him come on to the field and went and killed him. Shortly afterwards Stafford married the knight's widow. When the battle was over, the 3 lords, Warwick, March, and Fauconberg, approached the royal tent, where they found the king sitting alone and solitary. He seems to have taken no active part in the battle, nor to have made any attempt to escape in the rout. The three lords bowed to the ground. Then, with many reverent and comforting words, they sought to console him. At length, when the king seemed to be comforted and to breathe more easily, they led him with every show of reverence and honour to the town of Northampton. On the next day, July 11th, the king and the lords attended mass and partook of the sacrament. Then they all rode to London, where the king was given a stately reception by the citizens and clergy as he rode in, attended by the Earl of March on one side and the Earl of Warwick bearing the king's sword on the other. He took up his lodging in the house of the Bishop of London. It may be remembered that this was the house in which he lodged when he came to London in May 1455, after his capture at the Battle of St. Albans. But afterwards he went down, under surveillance no doubt lest he should escape to the Queen, to Eltham and to Greenwich to divert himself with some hunting until the meeting of Parliament. The chief opponents of the Yorkists had not been present at the Battle of Northampton. The Queen and the young Prince Edward were at Eccleshall in Staffordshire. On receiving news of the defeat of the king, she gathered her baggage and fled with her son towards Chester. A certain John Cleager, a retainer of Lord Stanley, waylaid her and attempted to capture her, but she escaped, although her own servants did not scruple to turn against her and rob her of all her goods and jewels. She went with her son into Wales, where Jasper Tudor, Earl of Pembroke, won Denbigh Castle and gave her a refuge. There she remained through the autumn, and gathered a party of Lancastrian gentlemen, among whom was the Duke of Exeter. At the end of the year she went to Scotland, where the royal family, which was connected with the Beaufort branch of the Lancastrians, received her kindly. Margaret did not scruple to promise to deliver up the important town and fortress of Berwick in return for their alliance. Other great lords were not present at Northampton. The king had not collected all his forces when Warwick offered battle. The Duke of Somerset, the Earl of Wiltshire, the Earl of Northumberland, Lord Clifford, who were among the greatest of Lancastrian magnates, were all absent. On July 18th the Tower was surrendered by Lord Scales, on condition that he himself and Lord Hungerford should go free, while the rest should stand their trial. 7 of the garrison who were in the service of the Duke of Exeter were convicted by a jury of citizens and beheaded at Tyburn. Their offence seems to have been that, having served Warwick when he was admiral, they had accepted the Duke of Exeter when Warwick was superseded. Thomas Thorpe, the former Lancastrian speaker, who had helped to defend the Tower, was still kept a prisoner. He made one attempt to escape and succeeded in getting out, but was brought back. His head was shaven, and he was lodged again in the Tower. On Sunday the 20th, following the surrender of the Tower, Lord Scales was sent by the new custodians, Sir John Wenlock and John Harrow the mercer, in a barge up the river to Westminster, where he could take sanctuary. But he was stopped by some shipmen in the service of Warwick and March. He was taken to the bank just below the wall of the house of the Bishop of Winchester, and there slain. William of Worcester saw his body lying stripped of all clothing in the cemetery near the porch of the church of St. Mary of Overy in Southwark. The body lay for some hours naked as a worm on the ground. At length it was honourably buried at the orders of the Earls of March and Warwick. On hearing of the murder of Lord Scales, Warwick had at once ridden to the Tower and there made a proclamation, repeated through all the city, that no one should slay, steal, or murder on pain of death. But the proclamation came too late. Lord Scales had surrendered himself into the safe keeping of the Earls. Warwick must have known how violent and cruel his shipmen were, and he should have taken precautions to preserve his prisoner's life. The murder of Lord Scales is of the same sort as the murder of the Lancastrian Duke of Suffolk by the shipmen of Kent in 1450. The Yorkists had won all that they claimed. The Duke of York was still in Ireland, but Warwick was well able to settle everything that was necessary. He had re-established himself and his party in England. The only other thing immediately necessary was to change the ministry which had hitherto guided the king. Accordingly, 2 good Yorkists were appointed to the chief positions. George Neville, Bishop of Exeter, a brother of Warwick, was made Chancellor, and Lord Berkshire became Treasurer. It might have been expected that the Yorkists, having set up a ministry from their own party, would proceed to clear the country of such of their great enemies as were left, or else bring them to terms. Then, supporting the king with their strong arm, they might have secured to the country peace and order. But York had not yet returned from Ireland, and Parliament would not meet till October 7th. The final settlement of the nation's affairs had not yet been reached. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Wars of the Roses by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 11. The Bid for the Crown. The Duke of York had not descended upon England at the same time as Warwick. The reasons for this delay are by no means obvious. He waited till Warwick had gained control of the greater part of England, then he returned, landing at Redcliffe in Lancashire about September 2nd, 1460. Meanwhile, affairs had not been going altogether badly for the Yorkists. Queen Margaret, it is true, had found a supporter in James II of Scotland, who had seized the opportunity to make a bid for the castle of Roxburgh, which, although on the Scottish side of the border, was in English hands. But on August 3rd, while he was besieging the castle, one of his cannon burst and killed the king, who was standing near. The Scots lords nevertheless carried on the siege and captured the castle within 2 days. But the death of their king made a prolonged campaign impossible. So, after a dash across the border, they withdrew into Scotland. As the north of England was mainly Lancastrian in sentiment, Warwick perhaps was content to leave the defence of it to the local Lancastrian lords. He showed more anxiety for the fate of Calais. Somerset was still established at Guisnes, a constant menace to the Yorkist power. But Warwick commanded the sea, and Somerset could not maintain himself much longer. On August 5th, Henry had legally reinstated Warwick in his position as captain of Calais. Shortly after, the Earl crossed the sea and met Somerset at Newham Bridge. The 2 lords kissed each other, and Somerset, unconquered, agreed to evacuate Guisnes. He retired to Dieppe, where he remained for the next 2 months, waiting for an opportunity to join Queen Margaret in Wales. Warwick returned into England with his mother, the Countess of Salisbury. Parliament had been appointed to meet on October 7th. The election of members to the lower house in this Parliament had no doubt been carefully supervised. The Commons certainly showed little opposition to the claims of the Yorkists when Parliament assembled. It is only too likely that interference in parliamentary elections by the party in power had been made easy by the law passed in 1430, which limited the franchise in counties to freeholders who had land to the amount of 40 shillings a year. This law must greatly have reduced the number of voters. A later law had enacted that members from the county must be of the dignity of knight. Moreover, many people felt that in Warwick and the Duke of York lay the only chance which the land had of quiet and orderly government. "If aught come to my Lord Warwick but good," wrote Friar Brackley to John Paston, "this land were utterly undone, as God forbid." John Paston himself was sent up to this Parliament, and was encouraged to support York by his friend. "Ye have many good prayers, what of the convent, city, and country," wrote Friar Brackley. The members for boroughs, too, would probably be Yorkist. London always was so. The other towns would be equally anxious to support that party which was strong enough to enforce its will and to give the country peace. So the only difficulty in the way of the Duke of York would come from the Lords, who would not consider so much the question of peace and quietness, but would follow the tradition of their family and support the prince to whom they were pledged. But although all the baronage was summoned, the great Lancastrian lords, those who were still alive, did not appear, for in their eyes a state of war was in existence between the king and the Yorkists. No Parliament could be free as long as Henry was a prisoner. The Battle of Northampton had robbed him of some of his chief supporters, notably the Duke of Buckingham and the Earl of Shrewsbury. The Duke of Somerset was at Dieppe, meditating how to renew the struggle along with Queen Margaret. Of the other great lords, the Duke of Exeter was with the Queen in Wales, the Earl of Wiltshire was in sanctuary with the friars at Autry, the Earl of Northumberland, the Lords Clifford and Neville were still unconquered and defiant in the north. It was the Yorkist lords who came in full strength to Parliament on October 7th. Nor was there any doubt about the spiritual peers. Already, when Warwick made his descent upon Kent in July, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Bishops of Salisbury, Exeter, and Ely had adopted the Yorkist cause. With these and the papal legate on his side, the Duke of York was not likely to experience much difficulty from the episcopate. Thus it happened that the Duke of York, by parliamentary procedure, was given a legal status at the head of England and a legal victory over all his enemies, and yet he had only won half the country, and but a few months more saw him defeated in the field and dead. York, after landing at Redcliffe, went to his castle at Ludlow. From there, with 500 armed men in a livery of blue and white, he proceeded toward London. At Hereford he was met by his wife, who, released from all constraint since the Battle of Northampton, had come from London on receiving a message from him. His eldest son, Edward, Earl of March, also joined him. The Duke held divers strange commissions from the king to hold courts of justice as he passed along in Ludlow, Shrewsbury, Hereford, Leicester, Coventry. At Abingdon, near Oxford, he displayed banners with the royal arms of England upon them. Thus, with noise of trumpets and bugles, he came to Westminster on October 10th, 3 days after the opening of Parliament. Without delay the Duke entered the chamber where the Lords deliberated, and walking up to the throne, which, as the king was not present, stood empty, he put his hand for a moment on the cushion of it, as if he was going to take possession. Then he turned and gazed upon the assembled peers. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Berchier, saluted him, and asked whether he wished to see the king, to which the Duke replied, "I do not remember to have known any one within the kingdom whom it would not become rather to come to me and to see my person than for me to approach and visit his." The Archbishop retired to report this to the king, who had gone to live in the Queen's apartments. The Duke retired to the king's own apartments, in which he had chosen to lodge. The Duke's demonstration in the House of Lords had not been a great success. Among an assembly of peers who were nearly all supporters of his, he met with no acclamation, no encouragement. The Abbot Wedhamstead says the Duke made his dramatic claim by his own inspiration, as if he had not even consulted Warwick. The next step came 6 days later. On October 16th the Duke again entered the House of Lords and placed in the hands of the Chancellor a written claim to the throne of England. The claim was the well-known Yorkist pedigree. It showed that in strict hereditary succession, traced through a female line, Richard of York stood nearer to the patriarch, Edward III., than did Henry VI. For Richard was descended directly through Philippa, only daughter of Lionel, Duke of Clarence, the second son of Edward III. Henry VI. was descended in direct male line from John of Gaunt, third son of Edward III. The crown of England was not entailed upon heirs male, but could undoubtedly pass through a female. It is true that by an Act of 1406 it had been entailed upon heirs male, but that Act, although it was now cited, had been repealed by an Act of Henry IV. himself in Parliament, and it was definitely recognized that the crown could pass through females. Footnote: the claim of Henry IV to succeed to the throne directly from Henry III through Blanche of Lancaster proves that the Lancastrians themselves held this view. End footnote. There was indeed no need to go into legal subtleties. The plain facts were that in 1399, when Richard II was deposed, there were two great branches of the royal house left: an elder branch, the House of March, later merged in the House of York, and a younger branch, the House of Lancaster. An Act of Parliament had given the throne to the House of Lancaster, and thereby excluded the House of March or York. This Act was perfectly good in law, being the work of a legal Parliament under Richard II. It had, moreover, been confirmed by a usage and prescription of 60 years. But if the Parliament of 1460, with the assent of King Henry VI, chose to supersede the Act of 1399 by a new Act giving the throne to the House of York, that new Act would be good in law, and the House of York would lawfully hold the crown. It was this fact which the Duke had now to recognise. Since 1399, at latest, the crown had become parliamentary, and if he wished his case substantiated, he must get the consent of king and Parliament to his claim. The judges refused to give an opinion. The law officers of the crown also refused. The Lords then discussed the whole matter and drew up a memorial, in which they particularly noticed, firstly, the oaths they had sworn to serve Henry as their king, and secondly, the Acts of Parliament which had definitely recognized the title of the House of Lancaster. Finally, a result was arrived at on October 25th. The oath to Henry was not to be broken, for he was to remain king as long as he lived. And no constitutional law was to be violated, for the Act on which the Lancastrian title was held to depend would be repealed, and another Act would establish the succession of the Duke of York on the demise of Henry VI. All this was accordingly enacted with the king's consent on October 31st. The revolution was carried out with all due legal forms, but people believed that it was only made legal by covert threats of violence. The Duke of York, says the chronicler Gregory, kept King Henry there at Westminster by force and strength, till at last the king, for fear of death, granted him the crown. For the man that hath by little wit will soon be afeard of death. And yet Gregory thought that the king need have no fear, for there was no man that would do him bodily harm. There was one, at any rate, that would not submit tamely to see her son disinherited. This was Queen Margaret, who was still in Wales, where she had been joined by the Duke of Exeter. The northern lords, Northumberland, Clifford, Dacres, and Neville, were forming plans to assist her in the north. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Wars of the Roses by Robert Balmain Mowat. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 12. Wakefield. The Duke of York now seemed to have got all he could want. He was not, it is true, actually crowned king, although he had intended to be crowned on November 1st. But the legal position of himself and his friends had been made thoroughly secure. All the disabling acts of the Coventry Parliament of the previous year had been repealed. The king's favourite ministers, whom York felt to be his enemies, had been removed. In their place, the Duke's firm supporters had been raised up. The Duke himself had been put at the summit of the kingdom. He was acknowledged heir to the throne to the exclusion of the king's own son. His person was to be sacred, and any attempt made against it would be treason. He was protector of the realm, so as to be ruler, even before he came to reign. He was to be created Prince of Wales and Earl of Chester, and a special income of 10,000 marks annually was assigned to him to support his new duties and dignities. Yet all this came to nothing, for he had delayed in order to get the empty titles before he had conquered the kingdom. All the north was still to be conquered. The further Richard went in legally depressing the Lancastrians and exalting himself, the more chance he gave for reaction to set in, and for the still unconquered Lancastrian lords to gather their forces and concert their plans. Here, then, was his great mistake. He who had previously shown himself so strong, so self-restrained, now had ruined his cause by his haste and delay. Haste in grasping at titles, delay in striking at the enemies in the field. Between July and September, before the Battle of Northampton and his landing in Lancashire, he was losing valuable time in Ireland. During the proceedings of the October Parliament, while he hurried the estates into passing vain laws for his own satisfaction, he was losing valuable time in London. When he did actually march north, the forces against him had grown too strong, and he only marched out to his ruin. Yet the Yorkist position after the Battle of Northampton had really been a good one. It only wanted one more defeat of the Lancastrians to make the Yorkist ascendancy possible, both in law and in fact. This was shown by the accession of the young Edward as king immediately after his victory at Mortimer's Cross. If Richard, after the first victory at Northampton, instead of waiting for a parliament, had hastened over from Ireland and struck another hard blow at the Lancastrians who were still in the field, he might then safely have left the rest to Parliament. But he would not defer his legal recognition. He wanted the titles, the strong legal position first. He would do the fighting afterwards. Thus it often is. A man who for years has waited and worked with the greatest self-control may ruin himself at last when his goal is all but reached by an over-hasty leap. The Earl of Northumberland, the Lords Clifford and Dacres, came together and held a council at York and mustered their troops. They sent out bands of men and laid waste the estates in Yorkshire belonging to Duke Richard and to the Earl of Salisbury. Shortly before, at the end of October probably, the Duke of Somerset, with Andrew Trollope and some others who had accompanied him from Guisnes, crossed over from Dieppe to Dorset, and was admitted into Corfe Castle. There he received a message from the Queen, who was still in Wales, to gather his tenants together and go north to Yorkshire to join the northern lords. A similar message was sent to the Earl of Devonshire. While the Yorkists were still delaying in London, the Duke of Somerset and the Earl of Devonshire were able to march with an armed force of the men of the West through Bath, Cirencester, Evesham, and Coventry into Yorkshire. On arriving in the north they found everything ready. The Queen had been busy sending messages to all her friends and supporters. The whole rising was so carefully organized, and the secret so well kept, that the Yorkist leaders seemed to have been taken by surprise. When rumours of it got about, people refused credence to them, but said, "Ye talk right, ye would it were," and gave no heed. Yet the Lancastrians were believed to have got together no less than 15,000 troops in the north. The Queen, who had done so much to concert this rising, went to Scotland to await the event. At last the Duke of York began to move. On December 9th he set out for the north with his second son Edmund, Earl of Rutland, and the Earl of Salisbury. He had a regular force of knights and squires, and a large body of London citizens under John Harrow the mercer, who had been so prominent in the siege of the Tower of London. With Harrow was associated in this expedition another mercer called James Pickering. The total number of York's forces seems to have been about 6,000 men. They went with the king's commission to put down the rebels of the north. The Earl of Warwick stayed behind in London with the king. York's eldest son, Edward, Earl of March, was on the Welsh border at Shrewsbury, directing operations against the Lancastrian gentry of North Wales, who were showing considerable activity under Jasper Tudor, Earl of Pembroke. As the forces of the Duke of York proceeded northwards, a sharp skirmish occurred at Worksop between his vanguard and a force under the Duke of Somerset. York's advance guard was practically destroyed. This must have occurred about December 16th, 1460. On the 21st, the Yorkists arrived at Sandal Castle, one of Richard's chief residences, 2 miles from Wakefield. At Sandal they kept their Christmas. The Duke of Somerset and Earl of Northumberland kept theirs at Pontefract. There was probably some tacit understanding that the holy day should pass in peace. 5 days later, December 30th, the Battle of Wakefield was fought. The truth about this disaster is very difficult to obtain. The Duke of Somerset evidently had a very strong force, including great lords such as the Duke of Exeter, the Earl of Northumberland, Lord Roos, Neville, Clifford. Among the officers of lower rank was the experienced Captain Andrew Trollope, who had come with Somerset from Guisnes. The Yorkists had to send parties over the country to collect stores. 5 different authorities say that there was a definite truce at the time. The Abbot Wedhamstead even says that negotiations had been entered into, and a certain day fixed for the battle. But this is very unlikely. Party feeling ran far too high for either side to give up all chance of taking the other at a disadvantage. The time was past when battles were looked on as a sort of tournament, to be arranged methodically by heralds and pursuivants. This at least seems clear. The Lancastrians, with superior forces, took the Yorkists by surprise toward evening, as some Yorkist foraging parties were returning, and were still outside their own lines under Sandal. The actual battle cannot have lasted long. The Yorkist forces must have been taken at a terrible disadvantage, for at the end of the fight and pursuit the Duke of York, and it is said no less than 2,500 of his men, were dead. The Lancastrians are said to have lost only 200. There was evidently no order given on the Lancastrian side, as Warwick had commanded at Northampton that the gentry should be killed and the commons spared. Indeed, it was probably best in the long run that no such distinctions should be made, for nothing but hard fighting to a finish would ever definitely settle the question at issue. But there is no excuse for the extreme cruelty according to which, when the battle was won, no quarter was given. Many were killed in the actual fight: the Duke of York, Lord Thomas Neville, son of Salisbury, the Londoners Harrow and Pickering. The Earl of Rutland, York's son, 18 years old, tried to escape by mingling with the band of Lord Clifford, which was pursuing the flying Yorkists toward Wakefield. But Clifford recognized him, and although the young man begged for mercy on his knees on the bridge at Wakefield, stabbed him to the heart with a dagger, exclaiming, "By God's blood, thy father slew mine, and so will I do thee and all thy kin." These words express one side of the War of the Roses which now becomes prominent: the hereditary feud. Clifford's father had been killed fighting against the Yorkists at St. Albans. So had Somerset's father. Other lords had their feelings of revenge to satisfy. And so, from Wakefield onwards, the sequel to a battle is very often the execution or murder of lords against whom some family had a feud. It is needless to argue that one side or the other began this practice. The Battle of Wakefield is the first striking example of it, but Warwick had executed more humble prisoners in Calais and in London. Prolonged war in any country has a brutalizing effect. The finer qualities, courage, fidelity, self-sacrifice, which often flourish in a national war or in a war in defence of the homeland, may become debased into greed, hate, and treachery in a long fought-out civil trouble. But although the Wars of the Roses were not characterized by the sense of justice and humanity which ennobled the mutually respecting combatants in the great rebellion in England, or the great Civil War in the United States, yet they were not fought entirely without principle, for there are many instances of men who were faithful to their leaders and followed them to the death. The old Earl of Salisbury had escaped from the battlefield of Wakefield, but during the night he was captured by one of the men of Andrew Trollope, taken to Pontefract, and on the morrow he was killed by the bastard of Exeter, an illegitimate son of the Duke of Buckingham. The heads of the three great lords, York, Rutland, Salisbury, with the heads of 6 other leading men, were set up in prominent places in the city of York. The Lancastrians had scored a great success, and it is a great testimony to the energy of Queen Margaret, who had gathered together from the defeated and dispersed remnants of her party such a formidable army. At the time of the battle she was in the south of Scotland. The honours of the day must be given to the Duke of Somerset, who, whether the imputation of treachery be true or not, had nevertheless shown energy, determination, and skill, such as he had previously proved himself to possess when he held Guienne against Warwick. The great Duke of York was completely ruined just when his fortunes were at their height. His success in the Parliament of 1460 seems to have robbed him of his old prudence. Yet he was a wise statesman, and his triumph would not have been a bad thing for England. He had more self-restraint than his son Edward, who became king, more dignity and moderation. The courtly herald may be held to exaggerate when he calls Richard la fleur de gentillesse, but when he died, sword in hand, at the age of 50, he left a memory behind him which, when all is said and done, is strangely free from evil imputations. End of section 17.